everyone!
Hello!
Welcome to Nova's Tarot Corner episode 2. I'm Gianna and I play Nova in our other stream, Twitch Slays D&D, and she is a tarot card reader. So,
and I'm Ciara. I'm one of the producers for Twitch Slays D&D.
Again, Nova is a tarot card reader, and we want to learn more about tarot. We are not masters like she is.
Absolutely not.
So we kind of came up with this idea to learn more about tarot, talk, do some readings for you guys in the chat. Ciara, do you want to talk a little bit more about what that...
So obviously both of us are beginners at tarot, but we decided that we were going to not only practice tarot live by doing some readings for you, but also we were going to talk through tarot, some of the major interpretations, some of the history, and also just chat about life in general, because obviously when you get deep into tarot and you're doing a reading for someone, you get all these like nuggets of wisdom that go with it and like life and everything. So we're going to chat, do some readings, talk about tarot, and learn a little history along the way.
Yeah. And we have our categories for tarot.
So last episode we went through all of the minor arcana 1 through 10 of cups, and today we're going to go through the minor arcana suit wands.
Yeah.
So we'll try to get through 1 through 10 of wands today, and just in between that, if you want a reading, we're doing 3-card readings, past, present, and future. And all you have to do is message in the chat if you want a reading. We have a few categories: general, finance, love, or career. And it's just a first come, first served basis. So just message in the chat if you want a reading, and we'll kind of intersperse them throughout the show. And we'll just let you know what your future holds as we go along. Again, both of us are beginners, so not everything might not resonate with you, but take what resonates and leave what doesn't.
Exactly. And we've got our handy dandy books just in case we need some help with what everything means.
Yeah, so do you want to mention what book that you're learning from?
Yeah, so I have The Guide to the Everyday Witch Tarot by Deborah Blake. I got it at a metaphysical shop, and it came with my deck. I was saying I'm a beginner and I wanted my first tarot deck, and they were like, definitely this one. So I got this with my tarot deck.
And I am using the Easy Tarot Handbook by Josephine Eldershaw, and mine also came with a deck. I have the Golden Tarot deck, which I think is beautiful, but Gianna, being the player of Nova, is going to be using her deck, so you'll get some up-close shots of the Everyday Witch deck, which is very cute.
Yeah, I do use this one for like my readings of like for other people, because I think you were the one that told me that. Like, if you have one deck for yourself and one deck for other people.
Yeah.
So I use this one for other people, and then I use my cat tarot deck for myself.
Yeah, obviously, so everyone does it differently, but a lot of recommendations was that because you want the deck to kind of be imbued with different energies, you want to keep the deck that you do your own readings with like separate and only use that for yourself so that it's like really like saturated with your energy. And then if you do readings for other people, you want to kind of have a separate deck. And I've seen a lot of recommendations where they say to have like a quartz crystal that you put in like a bag with that deck, because in between readings you want to purify the energy, because if you get a lot of different people's energy all mixed up together, some of the readings can become obscured or like you can get mixed signals. And so you want to kind of like cleanse the deck in between each readings, which is why it's helpful to have more than one deck.
Heck yeah.
So what other deck do you have, just in case anyone's looking for recommendations?
Oh yeah, I have a cat tarot deck. I got it for Christmas from my old roommate. And fun fact, she was actually allergic to cats, but my cat is hypoallergenic, so she was fine when she lived with us. But it's a cat tarot deck, and it's so cute. I'm going to put them actually right here, just a few. And I think she got them from like Urban Outfitters, but they're so cute. I can't really like read them yet because they're so
they're more minimalistic in style.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't really know what that means. I think that's like Pentacles, and it's like...
Is it a circle?
Yeah, it's like a little circle with
so
like...
that would be Pentacles, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's a circle with like a ring around it, like Saturn, and it's the 7 of Pentacles, I think.
All right, so also throughout the stream, excuse if I look this direction, because I have my laptop here, so I'm keeping track of the chat. So if at any point I'm kind of like just staring off in this direction, I am just trying to keep up with all of you.
Patrick literally is so chaotic. Patrick used to...
Yes, so he obviously already noticed that I haven't turned off the channel points yet. I was working on it. bot is not here for you to control, so there's nothing I can do with that. I'm sorry.
That is so much. Okay. I think there are people who want readings, right?
I am still catching up on it, but if you've got it,
I think
go
Patrick
ahead.
was the first one to say that he wants a reading.
Okay.
Patrick wants a career reading.
Perfect. So
And then Phoenix Raven wants a career reading right after.
Okay. So I will make note of that, and we will do that in order.
This is so much more fun than the morning.
Yeah.
Barely alive.
So if you were familiar with our first episode, we tried doing a Sunday morning 9 a.m. stream because we wanted it to be kind of like get up early on your day and get a little metaphysical, like words of wisdom, and then get started. Not only were we both tired, but apparently Twitch was also tired because we did not get that many requests for readings, and this is much better. I appreciate.
The chat is popping this time around.
So okay, Patrick wants career, and then Phoenix Raven.
All right, Patrick, I'll start. Oh, I need to put these in there. Sorry, I want to make sure you get the same equality of the cards as well. All right, let's get shuffling. I was actually shuffling really well on stream the other day, and I was not at Nova's Tarot Corner, but during the actual D&D stream.
Oh, yep.
And I was like, yes, I'm getting better with my
Getting
shuffling.
better.
But
All
it's
good
not
things.
good.
All good things.
Still not good. Still not good. Okay. Nope. That didn't work. That didn't work.
Phoenix Raven, I appreciate you being here, even though you have a creative writing paper to do.
Yeah.
I remember those days. I remember being at a Perkins, which was basically like a Midwestern version of like a fancy Denny's. It was like a 24-hour diner, with my laptop and some fried pickles, just desperately trying to write a creative writing paper for the next day. And having no inspiration and just having to get out of my apartment. And that's why I ended up going to this 24-hour diner at like 3 a.m. just desperately looking for a change of scenery. So I have been there, and I appreciate you being here with us. Hopefully something we say inspires you to write something. I have no idea what the prompt is, but maybe something will click.
Yeah. Thank you for being here. Also, I think Magikarp is here too, which Magikarp's on the East Coast.
So props.
Wow.
Damn.
Oh my god, it's 11, so that means it's, 2 a.m. there? Oh my god! Magikarp, you're the kindest person in the world. Okay. So, I got the cards. This is your past, this is your present, this is your future. So we have Temperance, which I think means, I'm not, super familiar with, major arcana, because it's very vague. But let's just see if I'm correct. So Temperance is kind of like you've been in the past waiting around and I guess you've been trying to balance out everything and I'm trying to think. Let me look it up. I have to make sure I'm correct because if I'm not, then I'm gonna hate myself. Okay.
While you're pausing for
Yeah.
V. Cassins, sorry if I pronounced your username wrong. Right now we just have a first come first served basis for readings. So if you want a reading, there's 4 categories which we've put on screen. You can just ask for one of those, and I'm making a list of everybody in the chat that's requested a reading. We might not do them back to back just to give the cards time to refresh. We'll be talking a little bit about, today specifically, we're talking about the Wands suit and all the different meanings of that, but we'll intersperse readings throughout the show. So if you'd like a reading, just make sure to put it in the chat. You don't need to use any Twitch channel points or anything, just ask for one, and we're totally willing to do it.
Yeah, we're also beginners, so
We're learning.
we're learning.
You're learning along with us.
Okay, so Patrick, Temperance is balance. It's impossible to achieve, but keep striving anyway. So in your past, you might have been just really trying to balance out your life and trying to go with the flow, and also trying to be rooted and staying calm and composed. I guess in your past. So whether that be long-term past or I don't know, yesterday or the last few months, quarantine and stuff.
Does the last year even count?
Honestly, you stumped me.
Regardless of tarot, did 2020 even exist? No.
There's a conspiracy though that 2020 is it was its own separate it was I don't know. It's like we entered a different dimension, which is really interesting to think
Like
about.
multiverse theory?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of a lot, but just saying. Okay,
Continue.
and then the Emperor, which I think is like that's in your present. So I think the Emperor is like very like strong, independent, kind of like knows what he wants.
Yeah, so the Emperor,
Right?
as an archetype, usually stands for like masculine energy, but it doesn't have to literally mean a man. It could just mean the like yin and yang of your personality. So where like the Empress would be the more feminine, like stereotypical feminine side of your personality, the matronly side. The Emperor is the more masculine side, the more aggressive side, the more fiery side in terms of like taking control and like the confidence and the like go at it attitude. So it could literally mean a man, or it could just mean that kind of side of your personality.
Yeah. That's pretty much explained it. It also is like the Emperor, when it comes to career, like the Emperor is very like benevolent, helpful, but occasionally can be like heavy-handed and oppressive. So whether this stands for you, like maybe you're your own boss right now, or like, maybe this is someone else, like your boss or something, or another person in your life that it could stand for career-wise. And yeah, it's like pretty much.
It can also just mean like an achievement. So it could mean, if it doesn't refer to a person themselves, it could mean like career success for you. It can refer to like when you've been working at something for a while, you're finally seeing the payout, or like you're at a spot in your life right now where you've been working really hard at your career and now you've hit like a point of success and achievement and that others can recognize you for. So it's a really positive card.
Yeah,
it usually
is.
just means like that you're in a good spot, you're in a position of authority or success. So
Yeah.
that's great.
Love that
if that's
for
in
you.
your present, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, love that.
Yeah.
And then our last card for the future is the Page of Wands, which we're learning about the Wands suit today.
We are. Well, we are not going over the court cards.
No, we are
though.
not.
That we're going to do all the court cards at once: pages, knights, kings, and queens. 'Cause
Yes.
they have kind of a different meaning than the rest of the suits. So we're going to separate those into another episode.
Cool. Yeah, so the Page of Wands is basically like starting a new beginning. So maybe there's like a new job opportunity in your future, and it's okay to take this opportunity, and new beginnings are good. And, they can both be frightening and exciting, and that's okay. It's intimidating to start a new path, but inspiration and passion can help you to take that first step. And as long as you have, it also represents eagerness and enthusiasm, and that is everything we need more of nowadays.
So the pages are interesting because they can refer to literal people or they can be more symbolic. Pages, if it represents a real person, would be like a child, so someone that's like preteen or younger. And with the wand suit being the fiery suit, that would usually represent like a child that's really energetic, really like hyperactive, really imaginative, and like likes to run around and is really like a go-getter child, a very like I always think of like that kid at recess that's just like playing soccer, like immediately knows what he wants to do and just goes and gets it. But they can also mean events, at least my interpretation in my book says. So if you don't know a literal child that kind of has this personality, it could mean that good news is coming swiftly. Could be work related. Wands are usually work or career related. So since we have, it seems like we have a lot of career centric stuff in this reading just from the cards themselves, not only that it's a career reading. So it can be like letters, telephone calls, word of mouth, but it just basically means, if not a child, it means that there's like good news coming soon, probably related to your career success.
Patrick has an interview tomorrow, so that.
Oh my god! That's perfect!
That's so good!
So hey, so the Emperor's in the middle. You're already at a spot where you're really good. You're confident. You got it all going on. You've got success. So, hey, in your future, good news is coming.
Patrick, that's so amazing. I'm so happy. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's amazing. Good luck, Patrick, on your interview.
You're gonna rock it.
Yeah.
If like literally the first moment I met you, I'm like,
Yep.
he's got it.
I immediately got good vibes from Patrick the first time I met him.
I don't know if anyone could not get good vibes
No,
from Patrick the
100%.
first.
Yeah.
He is the most wholesome.
I literally, when I was auditioning for the show, we were in the same group, you remember? And I was like, I literally don't know anyone here except for I knew someone else.
But I trust this man with my
But
life.
I literally was like, I would give up my life for Patrick. And he made me feel so welcome and like so good about myself. And he was like, your accent's so good. And I was like, Patrick, I don't even know you. Why are you giving me words of affirmation? I was so much, but I love Patrick. I love you, Patrick, you're the best.
You're gonna rock this.
Yeah, you're great. You're amazing. Okay. So
We have a couple more readings down the line, but I think we're gonna take a short break. We'll start on some of the wand cards.
Yeah.
Kind of doing a little bit of explanation, and then Raven, you are on deck for the next reading.
Got it.
So,
Okay, let me pull up the wands.
that's true. We need our visual aid.
Yeah, we need the visual. Ooh.
So while John is doing that, I'll just kind of go into a little explanation. As we said last episode, the minor arcana in each suit range from 1 to 10. And in each suit, the meanings kind of follow that arc of 1 to 10, with 1 always being kind of new beginnings, the like first ideas, the first initiation of things, like depending on what the suit is, could be new relationships, new careers, new ideas. And then you follow through those numbers 1 through 10, and then the 10 of that suit is always like the full completion of that idea, the homeostasis, the ideal picture, whether that be like the perfect picket fence home. We're talking about like Pentacles, that's usually home and family. So the 10 of Pentacles, like success and happy, and you're stable and you have that perfect home life. Or the 10 of Cups, which is usually talking about relationships. That's like you've reached that ideal relationship. You and your partner have like found each other and have worked through all of your issues, and you're now at a good spot. So as we go through, it's going to start at the Ace of Wands, which is, you know, that first cusp of something new, something beginning, something exciting, and then arcing through all of the ups and downs, and then getting to 10, which is like what we hope to get to, that perfect ideal at the end.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm almost done looking. Oh, here we go. The Ace of Wands. Boom. First card. There we are. Hang on a moment. Okay. I got all the wands out that are not the court cards.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah. Let's just get into it, I guess. Okay. Let me put that there. The Ace of Wands. Let's go, people. Where is it? Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Oop. That's the King of Cups. We did that. Not yet. Okay. Ace of Wands is... So I have like little quotes in my book that say like take like little quotes that are like what you can remember the cards by. So my quote for the Ace of Wands is take the energy and run with it. And there's another quote underneath that says sometimes the universe gives you a boost. Don't miss an opportunity when it comes along filled with potential. And then it kind of goes into like, this is a really powerful card filled with potential. The universe is offering you a gift, creativity, success, spirituality. And it won't last forever, so you have to like, it's fleeting. You have to take up the offer when it's there. Mm-hmm. And then things to consider. And it says like, if this appears in your reading, it can often be an indication of something wonderful, powerful, and life-changing. And then it kind of like asks questions in here, like what's happening in your life? Like what's going on? Like what's happening what are the opportunities that are coming along in front of you? And it's just like, I have a lot of information on these cards, like in my book. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of information.
It is.
But basically it's just like, there's a lot happening here, and you know, there's a lot of opportunity, like different opportunities happening, and it's important to take up the opportunity because it could go away so quickly.
Yeah.
So
referring to the chat a little bit, Phoenix Raven, we'll get back to you when you get back. Thank you, Patrick. Her deck is very cute.
thank you.
And Miss Magikarp, thank you about our set. I also enjoy it very much.
Thank you.
So it's funny that we started with a career reading today because the wand suit is usually associated with careers or projects. That tends to be like the general idea of this suit. It talks about like projects, ideas. It's usually about career success, things at work. And so the Ace of Wands, as you were saying, talks about like you have the seed of an idea. Maybe you're gonna get a new job. Maybe you're gonna start your own business. Maybe you already have been at your job for a while, but you're ready to like get a promotion, or you're ready to like suggest an idea at your job that could lead to the whole like system working better. And so the Ace of Wands is a super powerful, super energetic card because it's like that first seed that's full of potential, whether that be a project or your career, or it can also stand for a new relationship. It depends on the other cards in context of your reading. But it's a really good sign because it's like, oh, this idea that you've been mulling on for a while, now's the time to do it. Now it's like, if you don't do it now, are you ever gonna do it? Are you gonna ask those questions of what if, or if I had only just? And so it's a really powerful card because it's like, now's the time to jump, now's the time. You have everything at your disposal. So as long as you're willing to put in the work and you're, you know, dedicated, this has a lot of potential to do good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that. I think I skipped over one of the cards, so I kind of have to go through my deck again, the Two of Wands. I don't have it out, so I have to kind of go through my deck and see if I have it in here.
That's cool because that gives me an opportunity to talk about some of the history
Perfect!
of tarot.
Yes!
So, as we are just first learning about tarot and all the implication that, you know, comes with tarot, there is a lot of history and there is a lot of interesting like background to the cards, to the mysticism that goes with it. And so I've been doing a lot of research and I am fascinated with how tarot came to be because in comparison to a lot of other mystical arts or a lot of other spiritual tools, tarot is super recent and super well documented. Like we can trace the history of tarot back to specific years and there's writings about it, and that means that there's all kinds of information we can find.
I love it.
And so I have gotten a lot of my information from a book called The Tarot, History, Symbolism, and Divination by Robert Michael Place. That's where I'm getting a lot of, it's a primary source. So if we go back, like way back, and let's just talk about cards in general. So cartomancy is what tarot is, and it's literally just fortune telling by using cards. So there's a whole bunch of different fortune telling methods, obviously. There's like crystal balls, there's using a crystal to make etchings in sand, but cartomancy is using a deck of cards to fortune tell, and that's what tarot is, obviously. And cartomancy goes way back. We can trace back cartomancy to literally the invention of cards themselves, because cards did not exist before paper, and obviously paper was invented in China. And a lot of scholars actually believe that in China, cards and money were interchangeable because they had printed money and they had a lot of symbolism on their money. And so when they would gamble, the stakes, the money that they would put into the game, were the cards themselves. And so you can trace back cards to the very like creation of paper. That being said, the very first mention of card games in Europe dates back to 1377, and for a long time it was actually banned in at least the like Christian community because they associated card games with dice games and that it was gambling and that it was sinful. Because, you know, the temptation to gamble, and they kind of associated cards with dice. So some of our first recorded history of card games date back to around 1404, when there were sermons about cards and talking about how it's the devil's game and that you shouldn't play. Tarot itself has a history kind of mixed up all in that, because there were many different kinds of card games, and most of them had 4 suits, kind of how we know that there are 4 suits today. But back then it wasn't, clubs, hearts, spades and all that. It was what we see in the tarot today. It was swords, cups, coins, and staves. And at some point around probably 1442, a 5th suit, which was called trumps, was introduced, and that's actually what we know of the major arcana today. And it's kind of hard to call it a suit because they don't have like one unifying symbol the way the other 4 suits do, but it was basically like a set of this imagery that in the card game would trump the other cards, and that's where we get kind of the derivative of what we call the major arcana today. And they were called trumps because it originates from the Italian word trionfi, which means triumph. And that's where we got the word trump for trump cards. And so the very, very first derivative cards of tarot was a card game. It's actually the ancestor of what we know as bridge today. It had kind of similar rules to bridge. And it's these 4 suits and then the trump cards.
That is so interesting.
And I'm going to let you go back to the 2 of Wands now, because I have much more information and I am very excited about it, but I'll break it up into little easy to digest segments because or else I'll just go on forever.
No, but like much appreciated that you did all of the research and like you went, like literally you guys, like she has like 3 pages.
I have many
of, like,
pages of notes
so many
about
notes,
the
and
history
she was
of
like
tarot.
flipping through them earlier, and I was like, literally what? Like,
It's so fascinating.
yeah, it
though.
is. No, it is. It is. But I was like, the dedication, sis. I love it.
Thanks.
Okay, let's see. So someone named someone erotica or erotica wants a love reading.
All right,
If we can
you
put
are
on
on the list. We're doing it first come, first serve, so there's a few people ahead of you, but just keep watching and we will get to you.
Yes, yes. Also, thank you, Miles, for giving me
Thank you, Miles!
for the subscription. I ran out of my subscription today, and I was like, no, I'm not subscribed anymore. Even though I'm on the show, but I just want access to the emojis because they're so cute. Thank you, Alex. Okay, 2 of Wands, 2 of Wands. Okay.
I'm gonna catch up on the chat while you're doing that.
Okay, cool. So the 2 of Wands, I'm gonna look it up because I don't know anything about this card. Let's see. Okay, first of all, love the card. I love like the stars and like it's so cute, and I love there's little cats in the card too. Like,
oh my gosh, I love her.
it's so cute. Okay, so it seems like this card is kind of like, my quote is what to do, what to do. It is good to spend time contemplating your options, but sooner or later you're going to have to choose one. Which direction pulls you most strongly? And this card is basically like the sage in the photo or in the card picture is pondering like all of the options that are given to him, and really wondering like what path will lead to happiness and success, and he wants to choose the right path. Obviously no one wants to just like choose the wrong path intentionally. That's not what it's about, but also like if you stand there trying to make a decision at all and you like don't do anything about it, like that opportunity is gonna leave. And like if you just stand there and you don't make a choice and you don't go in a certain direction, like you're not really living your life, and like you'll never meet the happiness and success that you so long for. And yeah, it's kind of just like, don't wait forever. You have a lot of good options. Pick an option, whichever way you feel strongest about, go that way, because your gut feeling is trying to tell you something.
And it's really interesting seeing other versions of the tarot deck because, for example, in my tarot deck, there are 2 wands upright on this card, and the symbolism really shows that as compared to the Ace of Wands, where you have this like one new thing, this rebirth, it shows more stability. Like, for example, it's almost like two trees. You can hang a hammock on that. Like, you have two wands, so you're at a point in your career, in your project, in your whatever, where you're gaining a little bit of stability. You've put the groundwork in, basically. But then beyond those two wands are, as you were saying, two paths. So it really shows that, okay, you've started this idea, you've planted the seed, and now it's time to, you know, put in the legwork. You've gotta start going. And yeah, when you first start something, there usually is a lot of different paths that you can go down, and there's a lot of different options, but it's really just a matter of choosing one and then starting. So I think you really summed it up well. Like, you've put in the groundwork, and now it's time to just keep going. You keep walking down that path. Don't give up now. Keep working at it, and you'll find that successful destination as long as you don't give up.
Love. It's true though, and I didn't realize like the two wands in my card are the torches. You guys.
Oh, they are down there. Okay. I see them now.
I was like, what? Where are the wands?
It's subtle. Very subtle.
I love that. Yeah, I think, I mean, I'm gonna remember that really well, like the two paths, like going in two different directions because of the two of wands.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, that duality is super powerful in symbolism in general. 2 has always been a very strong number because it's even, but it's also split.
Right.
So it's like you've reached stability, but you also have choices, and there's the duality, and you've got to like stick to one usually, or else if you split yourself up too much, you know, it's like jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, do we want to do another reading?
I think so. I believe it is Phoenix Raven's turn for a career reading.
Perfect.
I just want to make sure if Phoenix Raven is back, because I know that they were getting ready for bed. So
the creative writing, right?
yeah, they were just changing into something more comfy.
Oh, I
It
see.
is pretty late.
Okay. Okay.
So Phoenix Raven, I just want to make. Oh, you are here. Perfect.
Okay.
So yeah, we're ready to go.
Sick.
So career reading.
A career reading for Phoenix Raven. Okay. I'm loving this. The vibes. Oh, it's
I love
witchy
it.
hour.
It is.
I was so tired earlier, and now I'm like pumped because there's people here, and we're learning.
so much better than the AM.
Yeah, I just wasn't functioning in the morning.
Yeah.
You know.
Me and the sun have a rocky relationship these days. The moon, though.
Moon though.
Homegirl.
Honestly,
You've got that Artemis energy if you're into Greek mythology.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, career reading.
The moon is one of the major arcana, so.
So is the sun though. The sun, the star, the moon.
That's true. But the moon and the star.
Very true.
I've got twice
Okay.
the energy at night.
That's
than I
very
do during
true.
the day.
That's valid. Okay, first past card is 2 of Pentacles.
I am a night owl. So hard.
10 of Cups. And the 6 of Cups. Okay, here we go. So,
What was the first one?
the 10 of Pentacles.
That's great.
Talk about it.
As we were talking about a little earlier, 1 through 10 of all the suits, 10 is like the ultimate fulfillment. That's the ideal. And Pentacles are financial stability. It is in your past, so it seems to be saying that at some point, either you were in a position of stability and comfort and home. It can refer to like literally your house. Maybe it depends on how far in the past we're talking, but it could have been like your childhood home. It could have been a place of financial stability like earlier in your life. But it seems to indicate that you come from a place of foundation. You have a great solid rock that you're standing on. It could be your family life, could be your financial life, could be your career life, but it is a perfect financial happiness.
Yeah.
So it could be that that's where you come from, or that could be like what you have dreamt of in the past and what you're striving for now, because aren't we all?
Yeah.
Especially in this economy. I am gonna look up a couple more interpretations of that one.
I saw in mine, it says like the 2 of Pentacles is kind of like balancing out like
2 or 10?
The 2. Sorry, I meant 2 of Pentacles.
Oh, it was the 2 of Pentacles this whole time.
I'm sorry. I thought it
Disregard
was 10.
everything I just
I'm
said.
so sorry. I'm the worst. It's the 2 of Pentacles. I read it wrong.
You're totally cool. I was just really excited.
I'm sorry. I'm the worst. Anyway. Basically the 2 of Pentacles is like balancing, like trying to balance out your life. So maybe in the past, you know, you were really trying to work on balancing your work life and your play life, or maybe the balance was like very off, and maybe you worked too hard and didn't have enough time for family and social life, and maybe that like struggle of like balance was there, or maybe you had a great balance of work and like life in general.
Yeah, exactly. It's work-home life balance.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it could mean in your past that you've struggled with it, or perhaps that you had it really well before.
Yeah. So it just depends on like what resonates most. If take what resonates, leave what doesn't, you know? That's what I say.
That's our motto now.
Yeah, I'm like we might be wrong, but like, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it seems like it was working too much.
Okay.
So in your past, you have had troubles balancing home work life. Perhaps you worked too hard, which doesn't necessarily mean that that's a bad thing, because we live in America and we are taught that, you know, hard work equals success. And in some cases, it definitely does. Sometimes, you know, putting work first and being that go-getter and taking the initiative and like, you know, dropping everything to work can lead to success. And especially if, you know, your superior or your boss sees that and knows that you're someone to rely on. But perhaps that means that now in your present, you're at a position where you can find that balance again. Now that you've made those strides and done the work and put in that work over your home life, maybe now you're at a point where you can start reclaiming some of that home life and home time.
Yeah.
Which brings us to present.
Yeah, the present. Which is weird because the 10 of Cups is very much, we talked about this the last episode. It's all about like it's very like at like everything's at peace, like the like, you know, the queen, the king, the page, they're all like together and they're all like content and having a little picnic, and it's basically like, my quote is, the end of the rainbow is right here. So like, and it also says that this is another card that with no downside. So like, your present right now, it is poppin'.
Yeah. So the cups usually represent relationships, but because we're doing a career reading and we've already gotten a little bit of career in the first card, this can also mean relationships within your workplace. So it seems like you put in all that work in the past, you've balanced maybe work over home, but now you're at a point where your work relationships are really good. You know, maybe your boss noticed all that work you put in and they recognize you as a hard worker, and now you're at a point where, you know, you have that balance. You can take that balance that we talked about in the first card, because your relationship with your managers or your coworkers or your superiors is at a really good point. So now is a great time if, you know, you want to relax, or if you want to maybe even strive out and suggest something new at your job. You're at a point where that relationship seems to be really clinched. Clenched.
Yes.
Clenched. You clenched that good relationship. I was trying to say cinched and clenched at the same time.
Yep.
You know what I meant.
Yeah. I know what you meant.
You got me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just all about, like, you know, like you said with the relationship, like everything is like kind of coming together, and everything's falling into place, and things are really good right now. You know, like this is a good card. For the future, it's the 6 of Cups, and it looks like the Sage is giving like something to the little witch. So maybe this is like, I know in my book it says like this is like an act of kindness, like a lot of generosity is being presented. So maybe like this could be something like, you know, you're gifted something in your future. Maybe you like get you like reach an achievement or an accomplishment that is like super important, or maybe it's like, I don't know, your boss giving you a promotion, or that's what I'm interpreting it as. Or maybe it's like you know, in your future there will be a lot of like good coming your way because you've put in all the effort and all of the hard work into your work life and in life in general, that like good things are coming.
Yeah. Phoenix Raven mentions that they're almost done graduating. So this work-life balance might refer to school instead of literal work.
Yeah.
Which means that, yeah, you've put in a lot of work, you're really close to graduating, and now you're at a point where you're about to reach that sweet, sweet success. You're getting that degree, you're gonna get done with classes.
Yeah.
And, oh man, that sweet, sweet free time is gonna be coming your way soon, because those classes are almost done. It's all positive. It's you put in the hard work, you've reached that happy like relationship, that balance, and now you're gonna reap the rewards.
I love it. That is, and they even said like a promotion, like even a diploma.
That's it. Yeah.
It could be a diploma, honestly.
Literally,
like,
yeah. If it's not a work version, it's the school version of a promotion, which is being done.
Yeah, being done, having that degree on your resume and you know attached to you,
having that literal item of success that you can like show.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, the equivalent of a promotion. It's having that physical like quantifier of achievement, which is quite literal in the diploma.
Yeah, exactly. I love that.
All good things.
That was a good reading for you. I really liked that reading. I think that was pretty.
Her husband is chuckling. Good sign? Good sign.
I hope that's good. Okay.
It's okay if he's laughing at us. I'll accept that too.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
going to take it as with us, though.
I'm fine. Yeah. Do you want to talk a little bit more about the tarot history? Get into it.
I thought you'd never ask. All right. So we left off. We were talking about the literal history of cards with the invention of paper. And then we went through the European recorded history of cards, which started as early as the 13 and 1400s, talking about cards as a sin, because it was gambling. And then we just barely touched on tarot itself, which was literally called a game of triumphs, because when tarot was first invented, it added that fifth trump cards, the arcana. And the actual, it derived in Italy. It was originally called Carte da Trionfi, which literally meant card of triumphs. And it then came over to France, where it was called tarot, but it was spelled the French way, so Tarraux. I know nothing about French, so I'm going to pronounce things terribly, but yeah, so it was kind of tarot, I'm assuming it was pronounced, which then was the derivative of how we spell it now, tarot, the English spelling, which is T-A-R-O-T. And as I mentioned in our last history segment, it was originally a card game very similar to what we now know as bridge. The triumph cards being, you know, higher above all the other suits and numbers. And it stayed this way for a long time. It was just a card game in Italy, which then came over to France and England for a very, very long time. And then we get to the single, we can trace taking this card game and making it divine to basically one man. And his name was Antoine Court de Gebelin. Now, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but he was born in Switzerland and then eventually moved to and lived in Paris for his whole life. And this man was an occultist, he was a philosopher, he was a theologist, and he wrote many encyclopedia. He actually wrote a 9-volume encyclopedia about mythology and divination, which I wrote the name down. He called Monte Primitif. And in the, I believe, 8th volume of this encyclopedia is when he saw tarot. He saw, I believe, like some women playing the card tarot, and he saw the symbolism on the triumph cards, because it was very heavy imagery, as we know today. And he wrote all of these essays about how the different myths in all these different cultures all kind of had the same symbolism. So like, we know today that many different cultures all have the same kind of like creation myth, and there's different details, but we all have a creation myth. And so many other cultures have all of these connecting lines where even though they, began separately, the human conscious has these same ideas about everything. So he saw these cards and he started connecting the trump cards to all this symbolism and mythological symbolism. And he decided to write an essay about that the tarot deck was created in Egypt, and that these Egyptian scholars had this book of wisdom, and to make sure that it lasted throughout the ages and that it, survived throughout time, they hid it in a deck of cards. Now, we know today this is complete horse shit, because as we just talked about, the tarot was a group of cards that was invented basically kind of in Italy called tarocchi, which then became tarot. But this man, de Gebelden, was convinced that this deck of cards originated in Egypt. And he wrote all these essays about how all of this symbolism could date back to Egypt, and it was full of wisdom and divination. And a lot of his essays were more theological than actually scholarly, and he made up a lot of facts.
Yikes.
So much so, and I find this hilarious, he claimed that the word tarot derived from two Egyptian words, ta and ro, meaning royal road. But the Rosetta Stone had not been discovered yet. So no one could prove him wrong because no one could translate the Egyptian hieroglyphs yet.
Oh my God!
He made it all up. He made it all up. So we know that tarot derives from the Italian word tarocchi, which was the name of the deck. But he spread all of this throughout France and England and all of Europe, that the tarot was like an Egyptian deck of wisdom. And no one could prove him wrong because the Rosetta Stone hadn't been discovered yet. And so it was really well known at the time. And
that is insane.
I know. Which is why this, it's so fascinating, because there's so much misinformation that happened when this first became really popular. And it gained so much popularity in that time, and people slowly started taking it from just being a card game to being a tool for divination, in a large part because of these essays that he published. And I'm going to end it there, because I just think that's a fun fact to leave it on, and we'll get back to that later.
Do we know where in Italy it was?
We don't know exactly, but they have ideas, Bologna being one of the major theories of where it started.
Okay.
So they think in the Bologna area, but it could have been other areas of Italy.
Oh my God.
So you're Italian.
I'm Italian.
Do you know where your ancestors come from?
Okay, so they come from Colodi, which I think is northern Italy.
Okay,
I could be wrong.
I'm shit on geography, so you could tell me anything and I would believe you.
Yeah. One side of my mom's my mom is 89% Italian with other stuff mixed in. I'm 45% Italian, but I just say I'm half because
close enough.
Whatever.
We round up.
Right. So her parents are both were both Italian, and then one was from southern Italy, the other one was from northern Italy, and so I'm technically from northern and southern, but I say I'm northern because I'm white as heck, and in the north they're white as heck, and in the south they're really tan. My whole family is very tan, and I am the only one that's so tan, so white. So I'm convinced that I am more northern Italian than southern. That's all.
Do you know where Bologna is?
Let's look it up because I don't.
Because maybe this goes back in your history much farther than you even know.
Can you imagine? Oh my God, my ancestors playing tarocchi.
I don't know if that's pronounced correctly, but Tarocchi. Tarocchi.
Yeah, that's right, because I took Italian. And wait.
Because the double letters mean you do a tongue pause, right? So tarocchi, I assume.
I don't think.
No.
I think okay, so Okay, I'm trying to think this through.
The only thing I know of Italian is because I took IPA for singing, because I did opera in college, and Italian is obviously one of the major languages of opera. And from what I remember, the double syllables means you do like a little pause. But I am no expert, I promise.
I don't know, because my grandma's maiden name was Baiocchi, and it's Baioccchi, so it's kind of this like same ending.
But you think it's a hard K sound?
Yeah, I think.
So it could be tarocchi?
Maybe. I don't know.
Does anyone in the chat know how to pronounce Italian?
Italian? I took a semester in college, and that's it. Also, Bologna is in northern Italy.
There you go.
You guys.
So your ancestors could have been playing this card game, and your like just fascination with this could have been, you know.
That is
your ancestors could have been playing this game.
I'm just gonna say just because I'm so excited that my ancestors indeed did play tarot.
Probably it was a very popular game. I mean, because it was literally just a deck of cards. Like it was very common. So it's definitely possible.
I just want to know where in northern Italy it is, because I'm like, if it's close to like other. Oh my god, I would literally die, you guys. This is so crazy.
So Miss Magikarp also has ancestors from Italy.
Magikarp, yes! Italian! It could be like gnocchi.
Tarocchi. Okay, so Google agrees with you that the double C is a K sound. So tarocchi.
Okay. You guys, the one semester Italian did me right. Yes.
Good for you.
I love it. Okay. Cool.
I don't remember anything from college, so you're on this.
Valid. I barely remember anything from college either.
Yeah.
So, okay. Who's on deck for a reading?
Oh, that's a great question.
Just so they know if they're still in the chat.
V. Cassins is asking for a love reading.
V. Cassins, you're on deck. So once we are done talking about the Three of Wands and the Four of Wands, yes, we'll do two.
Yes, we'll do two. We'll go quick.
Yeah, and then we'll do your reading.
Yeah, so V. Cassins, just sound off in the chat so we know that you're still here while we're doing these quick two explanations of the next two in the Wands suit.
V. Cassins is still here. Thank you, V. Cassins.
Thank you.
Okay. Love it. Okay, so Three of Wands. Let's get it going. Also, hi, Haley. That's my best friend. She's in the chat. Hi, bestie. Okay. Three of Wands. Okay. My quote is, keep focused, you're nearly there. So, hard work is about to pay off. This is no time to take your eyes off the prize. And it basically is like the Three of Wands is a good indication that you're getting close to achieving whatever you want, like your goal or whatever you want to achieve. Don't give up, because you're like literally on the brink of like getting to where you want to be. And the problem with being so focused on some particular objective is that it can be easy to miss something that's right in front of you. So ask yourself, like, if you've been a little too intent on one particular aim, are you looking at the big picture? And like, if you haven't been, maybe try to, but also like really try to focus on what you're trying to achieve, because like you're really almost there.
Yeah.
And it's important to live in the present than like focus on the future too.
Right. So we're going, up the numbers. So we talked about 1, we talked about 2. So now we had that split path, and 3 is the next step. You've chosen a path, you're walking down that path. My book specifically kind of has a man looking out to sea, and there's a ship ahead of him. And it talks about, so positive progression, you've started the idea, you started laying the groundwork for the idea, you're on the path of that idea. You've manifested your first, and you're working towards completion of this idea. So now it's saying, as you were saying, you're on the brink, or in this case, it's saying initial goals have been reached. So maybe, you're talking about like a big project, and you're doing steps for yourself, and maybe, that first step was small, but it was just laying the groundwork. You've reached that first step. You've reached that first milestone. You've climbed that mountain, and you've reached that first plateau. So now you're looking ahead at the rest of that mountain. it's good. It's really great because it's saying like you've reached that first goal, you've gotten that first like kernel of success, and let's keep going. Let's not stop here. Of course, it also means like, you know, just because there's a huge mountain ahead of you doesn't mean that like you should get discouraged. You don't necessarily, it shouldn't absorb your entire life, everything in moderation, but initial success, but now there's more work ahead. So like, let's keep going, let's keep striving, don't lose hope, you know?
Yes.
All good things.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said manifesting, and I 100% do love a good manifestation. Like, everyone, it's interesting because I didn't really believe in like manifestation until like quarantine started, when I read this book called The Secret.
I was literally about to say, did you read The Secret?
I was like, wait. I read it because my mom was like obsessed with it for so long, and I was like, what's The Secret? And she was like, you have to read it. And I was like, I don't know, so young when she read it. And I literally read it. I didn't read all of it, but like a lot of the stories in there are like, oh, I literally manifested my wealth, or like I literally manifested my job. And it makes a lot of sense because manifesting is like all about like, basically you can like manipulate the energy in the universe to like have things your way. You know, like notice how a lot of like negative people attract negativity because they're very negative.
Right.
You know, or like if you're a very positive person, you typically will attract, not that negative things won't happen, but like positive things happen more often, I feel like.
Yeah, and even if you don't believe in the like manipulation of the energies of the universe, it's literally just psychosomatic. If you're a negative person, you are going to notice the negative things in your life more often. If you're a positive person, you are going to slough off the negativity more easily and appreciate and be grateful for the positive things. Now, I have not read The Secret cover to cover. I did start it, and I remember specifically it talking about like a woman who really, really, really wanted to find her soulmate, but she realized that like she wasn't setting herself up to have a soulmate because she was sleeping in the middle of the bed and she was taking up the whole closet. And so like by setting herself up like mentally to be prepared to have a significant other, she moved all of her clothes to only one half of the closet. She started sleeping on one half of the bed because she was saying like, I need to act as if it's already happening. And by having, and this is true for athletes too, it's all about being like in the zone. Like if athletes imagine themselves winning the game before the game even starts, there's like, it's psychosomatically, they're more likely to win because they're already mentally preparing themselves to do the thing that they want to happen. If you focus on the negative and you focus on, I'm not gonna do that, I'm not gonna win, I can't do it, that's not the attitude to have.
No,
you're not going to do it, you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot, you're setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah.
So like, there's the mystical side of it of like, by thinking and by believing you can literally change the energies of the universe. And then there's the scientific side of it of like, your brain is so fucking powerful.
Yeah.
If you can believe something and you can convince yourself of it so thoroughly, you can make it happen through sheer willpower.
Yeah. It's literally crazy. And we only use like, what, like 20% of our brain or something? So it's like,
well, okay, like
I don't know.
No, that is a fallacy.
Okay.
We don't only use 20% of our brain because we're not using all of it. We only use 20% of our brain because it's split up for different things.
Oh,
so like
I
you
see
with one part of your brain, you listen with one part of your brain, you know. So like you're only using 20% of your brain because you're not doing everything at once.
I understand.
So fun fact that I remember from Psychology 101 in college, I lied about not remembering anything from college. The part of your brain that you speak with is a different part of your brain than you sing with. So there are people that have brain damage that cannot speak because that part of their brain is damaged, but they can still sing.
Wait.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
So the whole myth, I remember it was in like the beginning of Matilda, where it's like, you only use 10% of your brain, this girl can use all of it. Not true. Your brain is split up.
Okay.
You can't use all of it at once because it's for different things.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
I've never known. But, you know, I love
No shame?
No, absolutely not. And I just know it's like, you know, education I love to learn more.
The more you know.
What I was gonna say though is like the key I've learned about manifestation is like when you just like believe it, like you're gonna get what you want.
Mm-hmm.
But like a lot of people like have problems with me included. Like, oh, I want this. I want like this job. But I think way too much about how am I gonna get that job? What am I gonna do to, like, how am I gonna meet the person that helps me to get that job? How am I gonna get an interview to get that job?
Right.
Rather than
I already am
focusing-
there.
Yes.
You're already there.
Yes. Rather
It's
than
just
focusing-
a matter of convincing someone else that you're already there.
Right.
And if you believe it, you're already going to walk in with that confidence. And like, confidence gets you so far.
Yeah.
So fucking
No,
far.
I know. It's literally crazy. And like me and my best friend who's in the chat, we've been like hyping each other up and we're like, manifestation, like, yes, we're gonna get what we want. And I'm always like, oh, but like how, and I always am like so doubtful and I'm like, but like I want this, so like how am I gonna get that? Like when is it gonna happen? Why is it gonna happen? You know, like, and I always ask these questions and she's like, you already have it. Like,
Yeah.
You already have it.
And we talked
sis.
about we talked about this last episode, words are hard. If you focus so much on the chase, you're not focused on the destination. It's like you're already there. Let it come to you instead of you chasing after it. Because as my metaphor that I like to think of is if your internal light glows bright enough, things will be attracted to you. You don't have to chase after things. They are moths to your flame.
Yes.
Just burn bright and it will come to you.
Yes.
And Magikarp, sorry, going back, is talking about memorizing words using music. And this is exactly what I was talking about because it's a different part of your brain. If you've ever had to study for a test and you put the words to music, like the 50 States song, I can list all 50 states in alphabetical order because I know a song about it. Or the Animaniacs did the song about all the countries in the world. I don't know that song, so I cannot list all the countries in the world, but there are many, many people in my generation that can because it's stored in a different part of your brain. So you will be able to remember lyrics for thousands of songs, and yet you can't remember when Andrew Jackson was president because it's stored in a different part of your brain because it's set to music. And that's a great pneumatic device if you're trying to study, is just start singing what you need to remember. And if you can remember that song, you'll remember everything you need to know.
This is literally so much. I'm loving this conversation. I'm learning so
Psych
much right
101.
now. Wow. Incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And that is exactly why Phoenix Raven still remembers all her state's counties.
Yes. Love it. Incredible. Okay.
Great tool. Do you want to do a reading?
Let's do a reading. Yeah, let's do a reading.
We're going to do V. Cassin's love reading.
Yeah, V. Cassins, if you're still here, hi, thank you so much for waiting. I do love a good love reading, so hopefully this will be a good one. And here we go. My shuffling on that one did not really do nope, that didn't work. Okay. See, sometimes it's hit or miss with the shuffling. I just either really get it or I just do not at all.
So for anyone that does not have a tarot deck at home, tarot cards are big. They are much bigger than your average deck of cards, which means shuffling them is difficult if you have small hands.
And I have very small hands, so OMG.
Bear with us.
Okay. Thank you, V. Cassins. V. Cassins is still here. Okay. Why aren't you working with me, tarot? Oh my god. This is so much. Oh my god. This is so much. I was doing so well earlier.
You jinxed yourself.
That's so true.
You have to manifest.
Manifest that I'm gonna.
Do a good shuffle.
I'm shuffling the cards so great. I shuffle cards so incredibly well. And that was a good shuffle. I manifested that shit. Okay. I love reading. I love reading. I love reading. What is this for?
So we have a comparison of a normal deck of cards.
Okay.
To how big the tarot deck cards are.
I thought Devin was trying to make me practice with.
No.
like,
I'm assuming it's for comparison.
Okay. This is a normal deck of cards, right? Very small.
Hold them side by side.
This is what I was going to do.
Yes.
Okay. So this is my small hand.
Banana for scale.
Okay, here we go. Regular deck, tarot deck. Very, like,
much tall.
much taller, little bit wider. So it's a little bit difficult to shuffle. Like these, I can shuffle pretty well. These got a mind of their own.
So for all of my board gaming nerds out there, I have gotten very used to shuffling cards with sleeves, since it allows you to kind of like shuffle them together with ease, because there's a nice like layer of plastic. And I am highly considering getting, because they specifically make card sleeves for tarot deck sized cards, but there are 77 cards in a tarot deck?
Yes.
77 cards in a tarot deck, and
I
they
think.
sell them in packs of 50. Why? That is like when they sell hot dogs in cases of 10, and they sell the buns in cases of 8. They are doing this on purpose so that I have to keep in a loop buying them.
It's for what reason?
Now I'm going to buy 100 tarot sleeves, and I'm going to have 23 left over. And what am I going to do with those other 23? I have to buy another tarot deck.
Correct.
And the cycle continues.
They do it. I'm
They do it on
convinced they do it on
purpose.
purpose.
Capitalism.
Capitalism, my dear children. Okay, VCASs, we finally have your reading. Very good cards. Very good cards. The Star,
Nice.
Strength, and the Ace of Cups.
Dang,
Hi.
those are some strong cards.
Yes. The Star, I believe, is like you have a lot of like this is your past, so it's like you've had a lot of divine energy, and I just want to make sure I'm doing this right.
Hope.
Hope.
It's like known as the hope card.
Okay,
So in the
okay.
past, you've had a lot of hope, you've had a lot of optimism, you've had a lot of faith. You know that better times are ahead of you. It is in relationships, it is hope for the future, it is hope for a new relationship, or a healing of a relationship if you've had arguments. It is the hope that you will mend rifts. It is also known as the healing card. So whether physically or relationship-wise, it signifies new like healing and hope and love and a bright future, basically.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Such good energy.
Mine, it's so funny because my book says with the star, like the cosmos is within all of us, and like we're all made of star stuff.
I love that.
Yeah,
We are
and
all
like
stardust.
we're the light of the stars. Like you have everything. Like you kind of like the moth to a flame. Like you are the light, and like you are manifesting, sis.
That's just gonna keep coming up all night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Manifesting.
Manifestation.
I just need like a meme of like manifesting.
Trust me, Alex will be on it in
Oh,
5 seconds.
I was gonna say both Alex and Miles are in the chat. Damn it, it's gonna happen.
Okay. Hi y'all. We have a Discord.
Please join our Discord.
join
It's in our
Discord.
about section.
Okay.
The meme jail is fantastic.
It really is. It really is. So it says, so while the star promises us that we will find what we seek, it also reminds us to look within as well as without for the answers, and to let our light shine out into the world to illuminate the paths of others.
This is what I was literally just saying. The
Okay.
light is inside of you.
Yes.
Don't chase it. Just burn bright and it will come.
Yeah. So you've done this in the past. Like you've been the light, and you've been like just letting everything come to you, which is honestly iconic.
You are hoping
Yeah.
for the future.
Yes.
There is great optimism, great hope, great faith that things will go well.
Mm-hmm.
And
Exactly.
you know they will, because we're going to manifest that shit.
Yes. Manifestation.
So
Get on it.
What's the present?
Okay. Present is strength.
Hell
so,
yes.
Hi, welcome to. We just got a Discord. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you for joining the Discord.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Strength.
We do
So-
D&D on Wednesdays.
We
you
do
want to
do
join
D-
us for that?
Yeah, D&D on Wednesdays. You play as our 5th character, Bot. It's a Twitch plays type game. So that's always fun.
So yeah, instead of just normal D&D, there's 4 live actors, and then the 5th character is you in the audience, and you vote and you make decisions for the 5th player of the D&D party, and you can severely wreck their shit if you vote a certain way. Like, you literally influence the whole world of this D&D world. So
Yes.
you're playing along with us.
Yeah.
If you like D&D, even if you like have never played D&D before, come join us.
We
will teach you.
But yeah, this is where you can start playing D&D, because a lot of people are like, oh, I don't know how to play D&D, I don't have a group, I don't, nah, nah, nah. This is where you can start. Like, you literally are like voting on like a character, and it's super helpful to be like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of people in the chat telling me what's going on. I don't know much about what's going on, but like, I kind of am getting a gist as to what's happening, because the other
no
players.
pressure, because you don't have to run the entire character yourself. You have an entire audience to help you.
Correct. Anyway, that is Twitch Slays D&D.
Strength.
The Cassins, first of all, the strength card, always incredible.
The strength card is getting kind of personal. In a tarot deck, you're supposed to, when you start learning how to read, you're kind of supposed to assign one card to yourself, so that anytime you're doing a reading, if this card comes up, it like is you. The strength card is like one of 2 cards that I'm like, that's me. So that's like one of my favorite cards, so I'm so happy.
It's so funny because I don't know if, like, obviously I'm sure people watch Critical Role, but this, in my tarot deck, this witch reminds me so much of Vexalia.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I'm just getting Vexalia vibes. Like, the lion is giving me like Trinket, and then this is Vex. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah, and in my deck too, it's a woman next to a lion, which I'm just like,
yes, so
queen.
badass. Basically, the strength card is like, you're stronger than you think. You know, you are power here. You roar. And this is your present card. So like, you know you're strong, and you know like you deserve love, and like you deserve the best kind of love, and like you're independent and you're strong, and you deserve a strong love. And there's a lot of power in this card. And in this card, the witch's power comes from confidence in her own abilities and knowing that the universe makes all things come right in the end. So, like, the confidence in this card, like, yes, go off. And I mean, like, it just seems like, you know, when you have confidence and like, you know, things are gonna come to like a happy ending. First of all, I mean, this is kind of like what we were talking about with the past, continuing to do so, and you know even more now, like, you are strong, and like love will come to you no matter like what happens. And it's because you're confident, and you know you have so much going for you, and a lot of inner power and strength.
Yeah, so at least in my interpretation of the strength card, it's a little more specific on its interpretation of strength, which I also think is my favorite interpretation of strength, which is not physical strength, it is not muscles, but it is about mental and emotional strength over aggression, which is why in a lot of tarot decks, like both of ours, show the woman over the lion, because the lion represents that like masculine, aggressive strength, but the woman represents the mental and emotional strength to tame that lion. So at least in my interpretation of strength, it's all about diplomacy and logic and love and maternity and what are sometimes considered feminine traits, but the yin and yang, in that it doesn't literally mean female. The mental and internal strength overcoming violence and aggression and anger. And that's why I love this card so much, because especially in a love reading, it really represents that your internal love and humanity and diplomacy and level-headedness are going to bring strength to you, and it's going to tame that lion, which is that like aggressive energy. And in a love reading, it can literally mean like your inner strength is going to draw that masculine energy.
Yeah.
And in this case, like exactly what the star is saying is that in the present, your confidence, your like light shining is going to tame a beast, which means like you're gonna tame that man.
Yeah.
Or it might not even be a man. I don't know you. Could be another woman. I don't judge. I don't know. Whoever that significant other is to you. Like your internal power of will and faith and love and light is going to tame any negative energy around you, and is going to like draw in that whatever that thing that you're manifesting is, that relationship, that love.
Yes.
So
yeah, that sums up the present. And then we've got
the future.
The future, which is the Ace of Cups.
Which cups we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Relationships.
Yeah, and and it's all like the Cups is a great card to have in a love reading because it's all about relationships, connection, and so the Ace of Cups is all about like abundance and like having everything that you want and like feeling like so blessed because you have everything that you want, and it's a gift from the universe. And like let's see, it involves like emotions and spirit.
It can literally mean new relationships. So if you're not in a relationship right now, Ace of Cups, it means in your future relationships are happening, they're coming. If you're already in a relationship, it means a refreshing or like a revitalization of that relationship. So maybe you've been feeling like unsatisfied, or like maybe that honeymoon phase has passed and you're feeling like it's gotten kind of like stagnant. Ace of Cups means like that passion, that fire, it's going to rekindle.
Yeah.
So I don't know your life, but either like if you're like looking for a relationship, we're seeing the star, your inner fire is blazing bright, we see strength, you're going to attract that love towards you. And then Ace of Cups, literally in your future, that relationship's coming, and it's gonna be great.
That's a good, like, if I could have a picture perfect love reading, this
is it.
This is it. Oh my God.
We've had such positive
No, I
readings
know.
tonight.
I know.
I
love
have seen
it.
no negativity in any of these cards.
I was manifesting good readings.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's literally so good. Well, hopefully this resonated with you, and if it didn't, leave it.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take this one for you. Thank you so much. Hopefully, you know.
Those are great cards.
Yeah, these are really good cards. So I'm going to leave these here.
Are we on 4 of Wands?
We are on 4 of Wands. Yes. Let me. Shoot, I lost it again. We have to go through the deck again and find it. Do you want to talk a little bit about who's on deck? Who's on deck is my question.
Next is going to be Miss Dinosaur Magikarp, who has requested either love or a general reading. So if you want to take this time in between readings to decide,
yes,
you're welcome to, or we will flip a coin and pick for you.
Yeah.
I'm good with either.
Or if you can't pick, we can just do general and like, you know.
Whatever comes up, comes up.
You know, we can make it love-based. But it could be,
Could be general, but depending on what the cards say, we could, you know, veer it off into career or finance.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sometimes the cards have a mind of their own, which I have definitely noticed in some of my readings is like you ask a question very specific about your career, about love, and then all of your cards are like finance. And you're like, okay, not what I was asking, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I will definitely take that. But obviously, like the cards, oh, here we go. I got it. The cards have a mind of their own. Like they truly do. It's crazy. And that's what I've learned anyway. Okay.
So one good piece of advice that I've had in all of my readings of tarot is to keep a tarot diary. So anytime you do a reading for yourself, very specifically for yourself, because with other people you might not ever find out what the outcome is, but if you ever do a reading for yourself, you should write it down, because especially if it's a reading that doesn't really seem to make sense or the cards seem kind of disjointed, if you write it down and then you go back and you read it later, a lot of the times, like, everything falls into place. A lot of the stuff that you're like I know specifically with some of my readings, there was like a Queen of Pentacles, which represents like a financially stable woman, or a King of Wands, which is like a CEO type businessman. And sometimes when I did my readings, I didn't really understand who those people were. And then I, you know, months or years later, go back and look at my readings and I'm like, I know exactly who that was referring to. And I see exactly how those cards played out. So it's always good if you are learning tarot for yourself to keep a diary when you do readings for yourself, because it will really help to inform you later on. If things don't make sense, you can kind of see how they stack up, and then that can help to inform your future readings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. It does. I do think that's a really good like point though, is like write down your like readings and be like, okay, what was said, and then you can, you know, come back to it later on and reflect on it and be like, oh my gosh, wait, actually that ended up being a lot more accurate than I thought it was at the
Oh
time.
yeah, always. It's
Yeah.
always more accurate than I thought.
Yeah.
And maybe that's like hindsight being 2020.
Yeah. Yeah.
But-
But also, sometimes when you get a reading, you're very, like, tunnel vision.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, I want this answer. I want this, this, this. And then it's like, oh, yeah, like, let me tell you, like, you know, I'm seeing, like, you know, you're not going to find love anytime in the future. Like, you know, it might be a year or so since, like, until you meet somebody. And then it's like, that's not what I want to hear. I'm going to find love anyway.
The universe doesn't give a fuck what you want.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It just kind of gives you whatever the hell it wants.
But depending on what you believe in, whether you believe just in the general energies of the universe or whether you believe in a God, sometimes it knows better than you.
Yep.
And sometimes no is the answer because there's something better waiting that you didn't even consider.
Yes.
And hindsight, and you're like, yep, that's exactly how it needed to go.
Yes.
Because now I'm at a place that I couldn't imagine otherwise, and if I had chosen differently, who'd know where I would be, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
4 of Wands.
4 of Wands. Here we go.
Stability. We talked about the 2 of Wands being, you know, 2 trees that you can hang a hammock on. 4 of Wands is a house. That's 4 walls. That's a roof. 4 of Wands talks about whatever your endeavor is, be it project-based, be it career-based, you are now at a place of stability. And, you know, maybe it's time for a holiday. We talked about work-home balance. 4 of Wands indicates you've reached a good plateau, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
It is time to take a rest, to relax, to bask in everything that you have worked in, because you deserve this. You have success, and you don't have to keep working 100% of the time. Maybe now it's time to just be grateful for all the success you have so far and take a break.
Okay. I wanted him to take the cards away.
Oh. It
I'm like-
also can mean being content. You know, it's like maybe you're always focused on the future. Maybe like that 3 of Wands, you're always looking forward, forward, forward. 4 of Wands is saying, be in the now, be in the present, be grateful for what you have, be content with what you have. And though we're always reaching for the future, we're always hoping for more success, you're in a good spot right now.
Yeah.
So like, bask in it, smell the roses.
Yeah, exactly. And this my book says like celebrate your accomplishments, and you know it's been a long and difficult road, but like you know it's okay to take some time and you know really just reflect on what's happened, and it's a pretty good indication of a happy future. And if it's in the past position, it can mean that you once had a happy marriage or life and now things aren't so great, but like you know things could get better down the road. So yes, that is.
So, 3 Rodica and Magikarp are switching spots
Okay.
because 3 Rodica has to head out soon.
Okay.
Would you mind doing a quick love
Yeah,
reading
let's
for
do a
3
quick
Rodica?
love reading.
And
You
then
got
Miss
it.
Magikarp, thank you so much for your generosity. You'll be next on deck.
Yes, thank you, Magikarp. You're the best. Much love to you. Through Erotica, we are doing your love reading right now. Okay, we'll make sure to do it pretty quick. I know you have to go to bed, and it's really late, so
It's late for everybody,
Yeah.
but you know.
it's late no matter where you are.
I'm a night owl, so it's prime time for me, but not everybody has a fucked up sleep schedule the way I do. So I appreciate your commitment to having a normal schedule and a normal life.
Yes, agreed. Okay.
I respect that if you have the self-control to go to bed by midnight. I do not. I am up till 3 or 4 on most nights.
Yes. Okay, let's do this thing. All right. Okay, we just talked about the 2 of Wands. So
Look at that.
Queen of Swords is the past, King of Pentacles is the present, and then 2 of Wands is the future. The Queen of Swords, I think, is like a very like logical figure, right?
Yes.
She is like very straight to the point, very like blunt, and like very logical about the way that she thinks about things. So maybe you've been very logical about like love, and very like what's the word? Just like
No nonsense.
yes, no nonsense.
Yes.
Just like you know, no bullshit. Just getting straight to the point. And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Oh no, I love the Queen of Swords.
Yeah.
Honestly, she's a badass. But the thing about being blunt is that some people can't handle it.
Yeah.
So I hate lying. I hate social deduction games. I hate like Among Us, any of those. So I resonate with the Queen of Swords because she's literally like, she's independent, she knows what she wants, and she's not willing to take any shit for it. And that's great, and I love that. But some people honestly just can't handle that. Some people find that a little intimidating, or sometimes they find it a little abrasive. And that's why the Queen of Swords can be like, she's one of those like kind of polarizing people. It's like, you know, take it or leave it. You either love her or you hate her.
Yeah.
Which, again, I resonate with. I don't know if that says too much about me.
Yeah.
But,
No, I mean, just, I think, you know, I'm an air sign, so, you know, the Queen of Swords is kind of like the air sign of like, whatever.
In the past, you've been independent, you don't take shit, you're no nonsense, you know what you want, and you're willing to wait for it.
Yes.
And if that means that you've had to cut people down, if that means that, you know, you've gone on dates and you've immediately known that there was nothing there, and you've been willing to like say, nope, not for me, and that's what it takes because you know what you're looking for, and you're willing to wait for it. You're not willing to settle, and that's great, especially in a love reading. Like, you shouldn't settle. Yeah. You should have that person that you harmonize with perfectly. And of course, obviously, every relationship takes work, but you know what you need and you know what works with you and what doesn't, and that's a great place to start off with in your past, in your foundation. Having that as like a solid rock to start a foundation on is very healthy.
Yeah, exactly. Present is the King of Pentacles, which I think we did earlier in another reading, right?
Yes.
And so the King of Pentacles is very grounded, very like, there's a lot of abundance going on in this card. And my quote is, work hard and do good for others and all will be well. So maybe right now, you know, you have a lot of abundance, a lot of things going on in your love life that are pretty good, but you're very grounded while all of this is going on and being true to yourself. And
yeah, so the Kings stand for masculine energy. So in like most traditional readings, they stand for literal men. I don't know what your preference is, so this can stand for the kind of man you're looking for, or the kind of man in your present, or it can just mean the masculine qualities in yourself or another person. But it usually stands for someone that as you were saying, well-rounded, usually someone good with money, usually someone that's generous and caring, but not stupid with their money and willing to throw it away. Someone that is, in my book it says, it could be someone who is like an accountant, a financier, a stockholder, someone in land development. Whether this be someone that you already know or someone that maybe you're looking for in your present, maybe this is the kind of person that you want to see in a relationship with. Maybe this is the attributions in yourself that you are hoping will resonate with someone else. In the negative, they can be stubborn, which, like, I know, I feel that. But so this can be a person that is very generous, very well-rounded. It's very down to earth, Pentacles being an earth sign. Someone who is logical, but also warm. All good things. It seems like maybe that's the kind of person you're looking for, or maybe that's the kind of person that you see yourself as in the present, and you're hoping that someone will notice.
Yeah, they're saying the cards are scary accurate, and that their significant other is very good with money.
Oh, so okay, perfect.
Yeah, that's crazy. This is what I live for.
As someone that also has an accounting major as a significant other, I feel you. Yeah.
And then the last card is the Two of Wands, which we talked about. And it's basically like having to choose a direction, like basically being pulled in two different directions and having to make a decision. So this could be like a big decision with your love life coming up in the future. And it's important that like when the opportunities present themselves, that you go with your gut and you don't wait on it, and you just pick the decision that ultimately you believe will lead you to happiness and success. Yeah. Because if you wait too long, it's fleeting. Yeah,
this is like a go with your instinct kind of thing. And because it's wands and it's that fire sign, it's filled with a lot of energy. So this could be you and your significant other have like a decision. Maybe it's like to buy a house. Maybe it's to move to another city. Maybe it's, You know, it could be a variety of things, but because that wand sign is filled with so much energy, it's really like you and your significant other have a choice ahead of you, and you need to go with that energy. You need to take that momentum and run with it, because it's going to lead to good things as long as you don't dawdle too long. Don't wait at that crossroads, or else both of those paths are going to be shut down to you if you wait too long.
Yeah.
So just, keep that in mind. It seems like we've got a lot of good energy from both you and your significant other, and whatever your future holds, just make sure that you're both in agreement and that your choices are, you know, balanced and healthy and full of love. And as long as you take every opportunity that's given to you, it's going to lead to great things.
Communication is key.
Of course. In any relationship.
Yes. Friendship, relationship, anything. Hopefully this reading was accurate or resonated in some way, and thank you for stopping by. Have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, sleep well.
Yeah. Say hi to this significant other for us. Okay. I love it. Thank you guys so much. You're welcome. So glad that you stopped by.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
This late at night. I love it.
It means a lot. It means a lot. Okay. Are we going to Five of Wands? Only halfway. Oh my God.
We'll get there. We'll
get there. It's fine. It's fine. While I look, do you want to talk a little bit more about
the history of tarot? Why,
and then Magikarp, you're on deck.
Yes, Magikarp, you are on deck. All right. So we talked about Antoine Court de Gibelin. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce his name at all. I've only read it. And how he was one of the first people that recordedly assigned divination meanings to tarot. Now, there is some historical evidence that says that tarot had been used for divination vaguely before he published his encyclopedias, but his was like a really defining essay that really brought tarot as a cartomancy or divination tool into popular culture. Mm-hmm. And as we already mentioned, he assigned the tarot deck a lot with Egyptian culture. A lot of it was bullshit. A lot of it he kind of made up because he just felt like the symbolism of the trump cards kind of were in that, like, that archetype, that mythological, symbolic subconscious, and he just decided Egyptian was where it came from. And this stuck. The next major influencer of tarot was a Parisian occultist named Jean-Baptiste Alliette, Alliette. And he was actually, in recorded history, known as the first professional tarot card reader and the first professional teacher of tarot. He specifically was the very first person to commission a tarot deck only for divination. Because up until this point, it was used for both card games and divination, but this was the first man that was like, this deck that I'm making is only for divination, and all of the symbolism is only for that. He read de Geblin's Monte Primitif, which was the encyclopedia that we just talked about, and he claimed that he knew that the tarot was from Egypt all along. As we know, this was horseshit.
Calling him out.
But
yes.
he claimed that, like, oh yes, he was aware that, like, all of these symbolism and mythology was all derivative of Egypt. And he himself published a book which he called A Way to Entertain Oneself with a Pack of Cards called Tarot. And he wanted to create this mythical persona. So instead of publishing it under his real last name, he published it under Italia, which is literally just his last name backwards. So Etteilla. So he became a published author. He reversed his last name to make it sound more exotic and mystical. And he became the first known professional tarot reader.
Wow. The more you know.
The more you know.
It's like, it's
there's a lot of Frenchmen that are full of shit.
There's a lot of men in this story. I'm like, where are the women?
We will get to that.
Okay, good, I want to hear about the women. Not taking BS from any of these Frenchmen. My gosh. Okay.
But you can see why a lot of the history of tarot is very controversial, because a lot of it was steeped in a lot of fake mysticism.
Yes.
There was a lot of symbology that was borrowed from other cultures. So for example, Egypt, there was a lot of decks that had a lot of like obelisks and temples and pyramids in them because of this made up tie to its origin. And also, funnily enough, there's a lot of Jewish traditions that were borrowed from. In a lot of the decks that were published after the fact, they wanted to make it seem mystic and like mythological, so they used a lot of symbols from the Jewish religion and Jewish culture, and they put those in the place of where like we now see like the 2 of Pentacles and the 3 of Staves and all that, because it felt like alchemic to them.
Got it.
Which is really unfortunate, because it's, you know, it's a very, they stole a symbol that had a lot of really religious ideas and a lot of religious, like, understanding, and they kind of were just like, it's a cult.
Yeah.
But that's why today, with all of these scholars that have gone back and, like, revisited all of this history and have been able to debunk a lot of this stuff, we can parse out what was true and what was stolen, and we can appreciate the things that resonate, you know, all of the mysticism and all of the mythology and the symbology that we can resonate with, and we can parse out what was stolen and what's fake. So that's really, really nice now looking back on this history, so we can appreciate what we can resonate with, without all of the bullshit.
Yeah.
5 of Wands.
The 5 of Wands. Okay, so in this card, on my card, there's 5 witches, and they're all kind of arguing with each other, which is really interesting. So I think when it kind of gets to like the midway of like the 1 to 10, like 5 typically tends to be like, okay, some shit's starting.
Right, this is where we hit one of those downs, because 5 tends to be like a unstable number. It's not even, it's in the middle of 10. So we're reaching a point where we're starting to see some of those negative connotations to the suit.
Yeah. Basically, I think we pulled this card for Devin. Because I remember that was like the 5 roommates. That's how I remember.
That's right.
Oh my gosh. Anyway. So basically the 5 of Wands is like, there's some chaos ensuing, and that each witch in this card is like claiming that they know better than the other, and like they're not really like seeming to communicate very well. There's a lot of, again, like with the Wands, there's a lot of passion, there's a lot of drive, there's a lot of energy going on.
That fire sign.
Very like fiery, feisty, and that's kind of what's going on with this card. Is like there's so much chaos, and there's a lot of just energy going on, and no one's really listening to each other. Everyone's kind of talking over each other. Everyone's claiming that they know better, when it's like really like you have to sit there and communicate and be like, let's listen to each other, let's kind of come to a conclusion on something, and it kind of insinuates like there could be a problem going on, either like in your future there could be a problem happening, or in your present, like there's currently chaos happening, or
so your card doesn't show it quite as much as the card in my deck does, but in my deck it's literally men with wands pointed at each other in a very aggressive way, and the card really can be interpreted as like everyone's at odds with each other. So this is a time of like infighting, it's a time of disagreement, it's a time of upheaval. People aren't on the same page. And so this card really signifies that like if you are part of this disagreement, it's time for diplomacy. It's time to stop fighting, stop being aggressive, and like let's work this out in a logical, cool-headed manner. If you're not part of this disagreement, it's saying like don't get involved. It's like it's a lot of negative energy inside this circle. It's a lot of people not thinking things through clearly. It's a lot of negative energy. And so if possible, try not to get involved, kind of hang back. If it's like, if you're at, especially because it's a wand card, so it usually refers to like your career. If this is a time where you want to like pitch a new project or like discuss a new venue, now's not the time. Maybe wait till things cool down a little bit.
Yes.
Miss Dinosaur Magikarp is leaving it up to you whether to decide love or general.
Okay.
I am going to leave this to you for just a moment, and I will be right back.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
I trust you.
I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. Just kidding. I know you'll be back. Okay. So, Magikarp, I think I'm going to do a general reading just because, I think it's better to get like an overall, especially when you're not sure what you want. So, I'm going to do a general. Hopefully that's okay with you. I'm just getting like a general vibe. So, oh my gosh, my shuffling is just still not good, you guys. Let's shuffle. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, amazing. I just want to make sure, I always say like when there's a decision you're kind of caught in between two, I always have someone else make a decision for me, and based on my reaction to the decision, then I'll be like, I was really hoping you would say this, so I'm actually going to go with the other option that you didn't say. It just helps me with my decision making in some weird way. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Haley, thank you so much for supporting my singing career. Just out here vibing. Okay. Time to watch the cards drag Magikarp's tragic backstory. Oof, the cards know best, Magikarp. I'm so sorry if it drags you through the mud. Alrighty, we're gonna lay these puppies down. Oh wow, okay. So, wow, all different suits. So, for the past, we have the Knight of Wands. Present, we have the Eight of Cups. And the future, we have the Nine of Pentacles. So, I just pulled the cards. So, let's see. Every tarot reading I've ever had done has been super chaotic, and I love it. Oh my gosh. This is going to be one positive drag. Yes, Miles, I agree. All right, so the Knight of Wands.
We haven't had a negative one yet, so,
Yeah.
let's not break that streak.
I know, let's hope not. I think I definitely pulled this one in one of our streams, and it was like whether or not we were going to travel that night.
Was it love or general that we're doing?
General.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I remember pulling this card because I was like, there's a dragon, we shouldn't go. And then the group was like, you're right, we shouldn't go. And we didn't go that night. I should have done a tarot reading this last episode when Cal was like, oh my god, we post so much, I can't. Okay, so the Knight of Wands, which we won't be talking about today because we aren't doing the quartz, but it's still a wand suit, so that's fun. So in your past, there seems to have been like a lot of adventure, it seems like a lot going on, and it's just like excitement, passion, adventure, and you've been very like willing to go and just like brave enough to go forward and just like despite the risks, and just kind of like, hell yeah, like let's go all in, let's do this thing, whatever it may be, like whether that's like, it could be life in general, we're doing a general reading. Life in general, you've just been very like, heck yeah, let's go all in, throw caution to the wind, and the knight is going straight toward the dragon saying, fuck the dragon.
Yeah. So with a lot of the court cards, these can be interpreted two ways. Either it can be interpreted as a literal person in your life, or it can be interpreted as an event. So as we were talking with Mr. Unpragmatic, or Patrick, with his page, where that represents a young boy, the knight represents a young man. So this would be someone either in their teenage years or like early 20s. This could be a person that you literally know. It would represent someone that's like energetic, adventurous, like someone that rushes in, someone that is brave. I always think of like a Gryffindor style, like young man. And because this is in your past, it could be someone that, was a young man in your past that had all of these attributes. If that's not resonating with you, the knights can also be interpreted as events. And because it's a wand, it's full of energy and moving forward. It usually means traveling. So in your past, it seems like you've probably moved. Maybe you didn't used to live where you live and you had a huge move to where you are now. It represents like huge changes, high levels of creative energy, always towards like something that you're excited about, but it also warns that in your haste to move forward, you can forget the little details. So either it can represent a young man you knew in your past, it doesn't have to be a literal man, could just be the male energy in a person, or it could mean in your past you had a huge change of residence, you had a huge move forward to something, and that literally changed your life.
Yeah. Incredible.
Yeah.
You always just like really just complete it so wonderfully. I'm like,
Thank you.
I'm like, yes, I think it's this and that, and I'm like reading straight out of the book, you're like, yeah, so this could be like, let me go in so detailed, like it's a young boy, it's this and this, and I'm like, I didn't even think about that. Like, I didn't even think about that. I'm so like, this is how I do readings. Like, this is, I don't know. I need to open my
I'm not a writer for nothing.
That's so true. Oh my gosh.
Opening statement, details, closing argument.
I love it so much.
And it's strong. That's what they always teach you.
Yes, yes. Okay, present. 8 of Cups.
Okay.
This is a turning point in your life, and this is your present. So right now you're dealing with something that's like you feel like you have everything that you want, but like maybe not necessarily everything that you need.
Oh, we talked about this last episode. Oh, this is the abandonment card.
Yeah. So basically, it's kind of like that turning point where you're like, I'm not getting everything that I want out of what I'm doing right now, and I need to turn the other way. I need to do a 180 and just like walk away from the situation. It's not a bad card. If this pops up in a reading, it can be like, this is your sign to just like, maybe you've been sitting on like, ooh, should I do this? Should I not? Should I walk away? Should I stay? Maybe this is your sign to be like, yes, walk away. There's going to be so much more that's like beneficial for you. And maybe what's going on right now is like, you're at a point in life where something is hindering you rather than helping you. And it's okay to walk away and be like, yeah, like that was great. Thank you, next. And, make your way towards something better.
Right. So this is a general reading, and this is a Cups card, which means that this decision that's in front of you is full of a lot of emotion. And it usually signifies, it's the 8 of Cups. You have 8 cups stacked in front of you, and yet the person is turning away and walking the other direction. You feel like you've built up a lot, you've put a lot of work into something, whether that be a relationship, whether that be a job, whether that be a project, but something is not right, and you can't decide what to do because you've put all this time and energy and love and effort into something, and can you just walk away from all of that? And this card is telling you, if it's right for you, yes, like it's okay to walk away from something if it's not going to benefit you in the long run. Like sometimes short-term things are hard to give up because you've put so much time and energy and effort and material, sometimes money into, whether that be a relationship or a project or a job, but it's not working out, and it's okay to strive for new things.
Yeah.
It's okay to turn around and walk away. And it's really exciting a lot of the time. Sometimes, like there's so many songs about like, I just want to move to a city where no one knows my name. Sometimes that's great. Sometimes you need a fresh start.
Yeah.
And this is telling you like, you need to think about it. You shouldn't just dump everything, but seriously think about it, because starting fresh can be really healthy.
100%. And it's actually a really good segue.
For the future.
Yeah, for the future, because this is the 9 of Pentacles. The 9 of Pentacles is all about like, you have reached like what you want, and you're satisfied in where you are, and it's like success is soon to come. And maybe by you making that decision to walk away, you will reach the success that you want, and that you so, like, humbly deserve. And all your hard work is going to pay off, and all of the decisions that you've made will lead you to the right direction and will lead you to this place. And yeah, it literally says you've worked hard and now that work is finally paying off. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Whenever the Nine of Pentacles appears, it indicates a time that you can relax a little and bask in your achievements.
And the thing I love about the 8 of Cups leading to the Nine of Pentacles is, in my book, it specifically points out that this woman is alone. So she's depicted alone, but she's independent, not lonely. And so whatever it is that you're walking away from in that 8 of Cups, maybe you're not going to hold that baggage when you reach that success. And it's okay. Like, it doesn't have to be a person. It could be a project or whatever, as we were saying. But that it's talking all about financial, material success, security, feeling content, and like reaching that place of stableness. And yeah, even though that woman is alone, she's dropped whatever baggage she was carrying, and she's standing upright. At least in my version, she's standing tall for it. So I think, yeah, it's a good indication that, like, being alone is not loneliness. They're very different things. And so perhaps whatever you abandoned in that 8 of Cup cards was holding you down, and it's stopping you from reaching that 9 of Pentacles, that success and that stability and that independence that you so deserve.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's a great connection. It's showing that it is okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna work out.
Yeah, it's gonna work out all in the end, and it's just like trust in yourself, trust in the universe,
Trust the process.
Trust the process.
Yeah.
And they say that all the time on The Bachelor, and it's just so true.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. They go, trust the process, trust the journey.
I don't watch The Bachelor.
Oh.
Ugh.
If anyone watches The Bachelor in the chat, we've got some things to talk about. I actually have.
F in the chat for The Bachelor.
Trust the process. You're gonna feel jealous. You're gonna feel a lot of painful emotions, but it makes good TV.
It makes great TV. All that conflict makes for great TV.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
That's all that matters.
Thank you so much for the words of wisdom.
Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Alex.
We love our crew.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find the 6 of Wands on the 7. Where's the 6?
Magikarp is resonating with these.
Oh,
I'm not sure the
good.
details, but something about this is calling them out.
Okay. Honestly, it's okay to be called out sometimes.
It's okay.
You know?
That's what this is for.
Yeah.
Little
exactly.
slap of reality sometimes.
Yeah. Correct. I literally missed. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to search through my deck again because I didn't find it.
Couple F's in chat.
Anyway. For chat.
I don't watch The Bachelor, but okay.
It is. I actually haven't been keeping up because it's just been such a crazy, ugly season that I'm just like not even into it.
Oh, ugly. Ugh.
And I literally have a Bachelor pop socket, so I'm a big fan of the Batch, but this season's not doing it for me. I don't know why. Anyway,
You're looking for the 6 of Wands?
yeah.
All right, that means more history. All right, where were we? We were just talking about the second most influential publication about tarot,
Yes.
which was, where was I in my notes?
You were.
I was talking about the Parisian occultist Jean-Baptiste Allier. Alliette.
Yeah, Aliette.
The man that reversed his last name because he thought it felt exotic. So, but what he did do is he did create the very first tarot deck that was for divination only, which was published as the Grand Eliette deck, or sorry, the reverse of that, Atiela deck, which it's still in publication today, because this was the first tarot deck only for fortune telling. It is still very steeped in Egyptian symbology, so if you have a copy of that deck, which I cannot pronounce the name of, I apologize, you'll notice that there are a lot of obelisks and temples in a lot of the major arcana symbols, because he kind of fell for the Monte Primitif essay stating that tarot originated in Egypt, and he commissioned there to be a lot of Egyptian symbology in his deck. And then we move forward from that to what I think, I'm skipping forward a lot in history, but we're skipping forward to what is, to this day, still the most iconic tarot deck of all time, which is what was once known as the Rider-Waite deck, which is now called the Waite-Smith deck, which is like, if you literally Google tarot deck, that is the symbology you will see. Those are those like very primary colors, those red, yellows and blue deck. I mean, it's like the Fool with the literal like stick over his shoulder. It's the Hermit with his staff. It's like what we think of as the modern tarot deck. That was first introduced in 1909. And Arthur Edward Waite was an occultist and a scholar, and he studied all of these earlier writings on tarot that we talked about, and because he was a scholar more than he was a theologist, he saw and studied right through the bullshit. So he knew all of these ideas about it being derived from Egypt, all of these ideas that it was like a secret book of wisdom that the Egyptians had hidden in a deck to preserve it. He knew all of that was false. And he wanted to create a tarot deck. He wanted to like reinvent it. He wanted to get rid of all of that like old fake bullshit, and he wanted to like start it anew with what he thought was more correct symbolism. So he commissioned Pamela Coleman Smith to create this new deck. And he always thought it's less about the symbols and more about the visuals, because the human subconscious will always be drawn more to images than symbols. And I mean, literally, we've been talking about it. You have a hard time remembering what the cat deck means because the pictures don't quite, pictures worth 1,000 words. So Waite knew that the imagery was much more important than all of these like silly occult symbols that the previous decks had put on them to make it feel occult. So he rid it of all of the Jewish and all of the Egyptian and all of the other symbology, and he focused just on the image. And that's what he kind of directed Pamela Coleman Smith to do when she, by the way, female artist, when she did all of what we now know and what we always symbolize as the modern tarot deck. It's much more about the image. They still have the Roman numerals for the major arcana, but now there's not all of this other there's no alchemic symbols on it, there's no other random symbols on it, it's just based on visuals only. And this, to this day, is the most popular tarot deck.
Love.
Yeah.
And it's by a woman.
It's a female artist, yeah, that did all of the art for that. And,
Understand.
by the way, she did it in very little time. So I was reading up on it, and she had it was 80. She was commissioned to do 80 portraits, obviously because there's 77 cards now. I think there was a couple extra when he commissioned her. And she turned it around in no time. And she was known to have very good intuition and kind of a little bit of psychic talent, which is one of the reasons that he was drawn to commission her specifically, because he picked up on her kind of psychic intuitiveness. And though he did have to direct her in a lot of the specific ones, I think the High Priestess was one that he kind of very specifically gave notes on what he wanted in the art. He couldn't have done that for 77 or 80 different images. So a lot of the images were specifically directed by him, but a lot of it was left up to her interpretation. And because of her intuitiveness and her psychic link to what the symbolism really meant, words are hard, it's late at night, she is a huge creative factor in what a lot of people today, when they look at their cards, it's a lot of the imagery that reminds us of what it means, and a lot of that can be chalked up to her.
Wow.
So
Love that.
she had huge influence.
Dang, that's
And
crazy.
that's actually why they changed, because it used to be called the Rider-Waite, but the modern day scholars wanted to give credit where credit was due, which is why they changed the name to Waite-Smith, because they know that the artist Smith had so much influence on the deck that they wanted to credit her, and that's why it's now known as the Waite-Smith deck.
Wow. The more you know.
The more you know.
Okay, so we have a few things going on in the chat.
Okay, I am not caught up.
Deco_Tora wants a general reading.
Oh, I will
What's
write
our
you.
list right now? How many?
We don't have that many left. We have Emma's fan Miles would like a general reading, and then I believe Deco Tora, you're next.
And
after
then Haley Fuchs, my bestie, would like a career reading.
that. Okay.
And then let's see.
Sorry, Deco Tora wondered what kind of reading?
Huh? Oh, a general
General,
reading.
okay.
Yes. And then let's
And then
see.
Haley career.
Haley wants career. And we only have. Is Miles still here? Miles, are you still here? If not, I'm so sorry. And then Roomba Chan EXE. A general reading is basically like an overall reading of like, it's not going to be very specific on like love, finance, career. It's going to be like an overall life reading.
Yeah, it's basically like whatever the cards turn up, the cards are going to direct what part of your life you want guidance on. So if you want specifically guidance on a love relationship, or you specifically want guidance on your career or finances, you ask for that. But if you don't really know what you want to ask about, or if you just kind of want the cards to tell you what you need to know, general's the way to go.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do a quick 6 of Wands, and then we can do Miles's reading.
Yeah.
So Miles, you're on deck. I see that you're still in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. You're the best.
We love you.
We really do. We love you so much. 6 of Wands is, let's see. My quote is, victory is sweet, but no one achieves success completely on their own. It's good to be recognized for our achievements. It's also good to be aware of how we got to where we are now. And basically it's a sign that you're doing something right, or soon will be recognized for your efforts. So that's always good. And who should you be thanking for helping you? It's important to understand, like, okay, I got here because of this person, or like this person helped me to get to where I am. So it's always important to come back to your roots and be like, okay, if this person didn't help me, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. So yeah, that's pretty much that. And then if it refers to someone else, maybe you should be patting yourself on the back for aiding in another's achievement. So maybe you helped someone achieve their goal that they wanted. Maybe you helped get them an interview for a job, or maybe, I don't know, maybe set them up with somebody that was so good for them, love-wise. And it's always a very positive indicator. So like this card is a very positive card. And the witch in the card is very humble. And there's a lot of attention on her, but she still is like very humble, knows where she comes from, and she's also very proud of like where she stands.
Yes.
Yeah.
So on yours, your witch is standing tall. In my deck, the rider is actually riding a horse, and there are other people kind of below him with wands in the air. So it really does signify that accomplishment is being seen by others. You are raised on a pedestal, you are visible. Whatever hard work you've put into, people are seeing it right now, and that's great. And I think that you really made a good point of like, if others helped you in gaining that success, make sure that you credit them. Make sure that you don't let all of that ego go to your head. Make sure that you are giving credit where credit is due, but your hard work is also being validated and appreciated right now, and that's great.
Yeah.
It's all good things.
Yeah. Amazing. It's a good card to have, honestly. Okay. Let's have a reading.
All right, so Miles would like a general reading.
Miles, thank you so much for being here. There's some people in the chat wanting some readings.
I know, I love it.
I love
it.
this. Okay. Miles. It's a general?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to be sure. Oh, wow, look at these cards.
And this is
go.
Miles's first reading.
Miles! Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. I'm so happy that we could be your
know.
first.
It's such an honor.
Really, really. Again, we're still beginners, but it's an exciting passion for us.
Yeah.
So we just, are doing this for funsies, and we're still learning. So,
But it's fun to learn together.
oh my God, Six of Wands. We just talked about this, Miles. Literally just now. Seven of Wands and the Nine of Pentacles. Wow.
Ooh.
My
Okay.
God.
We're getting a lot of like job and success.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We won't even have to explain the Seven of Wands after this because we'll be talking about it.
Right now, we
Oh
can
my
skip right
gosh.
to the Eight of
This
Wands.
is awesome. Okay. So again, the Six of Wands is like in your past, you've been very, what's it called? Oh my God.
Appreciated.
Yeah, very appreciated.
You've been acknowledged for your talents and your skills, and you have been seen to be successful.
Yeah. And even with the success, you've been very humble. You've known where you've come from. And that's what makes people like love you so much and
Yes.
like appreciate you because you're like very like aware of like where you come from and like how you got to
Down
where
to
you
earth.
are. Yes. Which is always a good thing to be.
We love a down-to-earth but skilled person.
Yes, exactly. So that one definitely like we just explained this, so like we don't really have to go into too much detail about it. Like,
But I mean, if you're like me, that sweet, sweet validation, Six of Wands is a great card. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you did all this hard work and people aren't going to ignore you for it. They're actually going to praise you for it, which is like,
yeah.
public validation is so nice.
Yes, exactly.
Especially if you're like an extrovert like me, where it's like, yes, please notice me.
Yes.
Notice me, senpai.
Okay.
Anyway.
Your present card is the Seven of Wands. And basically that one is kind of being like, bring it on, you know? And like maybe you've been having a really hard time, but like you're really like going head on and being like, I'm gonna take on everything, and like there's a lot happening, but you know, like you're not afraid of going for it.
So, in my interpretation of this card, it really stands for standing up for what you believe to be right, even if others challenge you. So, in my version of this card, a man is guarding a door, and there are other wands being pointed at him, but he holds his wand kind of like a sword at the ready to defend what he believes is right. So this can mean in your present that maybe something is challenging your beliefs, maybe someone is questioning you, maybe you're questioning yourself. But it really stands for like, if you believe something to be true and right and good, you can stand up for it, and you are that guard standing at the door to everything that you hold sacred. And you just have to be strong, and you have to be stalwart, and you have to be, your integrity has to be unshakable, and it will be okay. And it seems challenging at the moment, but as long as you believe in yourself and you know what you're defending is right, that's all that matters. And you can trust your own strength in that matter. So I don't know what like might be challenging you at the moment, but I know that you're strong enough, especially because we've seen in the past that you've had that great skill and talent, and you've been humble about it. So I know whatever is challenging you now, you're strong enough to stand up to it.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. And then the Nine of Pentacles is your future, and we just talked about this one too.
We just talked about it.
It's literally like, you know, you're content, you're satisfied, you literally have everything that you could ever want. And again, the whole lonely, like there's a difference between loneliness and being like alone. And this person is not lonely. Like,
they're independent.
Yeah, they're independent.
Yeah.
They're happy to be alone. They're like they've had a lot of accomplishments and like success, and now they're just like taking a breather of being like,
Yeah, they're enriched by their own accomplishment. They are stable. They are content in their ability and their achievements and success.
yeah, exactly.
So it seems like maybe you might be going through some challenges right now, but it's all going to work out in the end as long as you stand tall and stay strong.
Yes, Miles. Yes.
We believe in you.
Yeah, we got you. We got you. That is Miles's reading. Amazing, amazing. And we just talked about the Seven of Swords, or Wands, I mean. It is 1 a.m. I'm like,
We're getting through it. We're getting
through it. No big deal. Yeah, Seven of Wands, just pretty much what Ciara just said. Like, you know, you're kind of at the ready, and you're fighting for what you believe in, and it's important to do so.
And it also just stands for like, it doesn't even have to necessarily be like what you believe in. It can just be kind of general obstacles. Like obstacles are being thrown at you. And you know, like a freaking Olympian, like champion, you're just going to jump over those hurdles and you're going to make it to the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
Exactly.
got to believe in yourself.
Okay. Who's on deck for...
On deck is Deco Tora for a general reading. So
Perfect.
hang out. You're going to be next. We're going to quickly go over the 8 of Wands.
Yeah. Yeah.
Since we just explained the 7 of Wands.
Yeah, we just explained it. Oh, there we go.
Being
Boom.
obstacles, being challenges to your belief system, but as long as you defend what you believe is right, good to go.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. 8 of Wands. Things are really happening. Things are really going on. There are moments when things come together and take on a life of their own, creating a momentum that's hard to stop, and this may be one of those moments. The 8s tend to be about movement, some of it more productive than others. So that's kind of like a really cool pattern, I guess, that each card in every suit kind of has like its own pattern, which we've noticed.
Right. 5 being kind of that dip in energy because we're in that unstable, uneven halfway point. 8 is a very even number. We're not quite at 10. We're not quite at that much stability, but like, it's getting there.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know why I finger gunned to that number, but like, pew!
I've been doing that literally all night, so it's fine. So this card indicates that something in your life is moving pretty swiftly, and it's a good sign that it's going your way, and that it's not necessarily a bad thing, and that new beginnings can be exciting and anything can happen. And this might be a good time to figure out what you want and use this energy to move in that direction. Oh my gosh.
Yes. So, my interpretation in my book, Easy Tarot Handbook, if you're looking for a recommendation, might come with a tarot deck if you're lucky. It can literally also mean travel, often by air. So in my deck, it literally has kind of like 8 wands like flying through the air, very like magically. So in a very, very literal interpretation of this card, if this card is in your reading, it could literally mean like you're going to get on an airplane and travel somewhere soon. Depends on the context. But as Gianna just said, it can also mean if you've had obstacles like we just talked about in the 7 of Wands, those are out of the way now, and now you're going to shoot forward. It kind of reminds me of like that tattoo that was really popular like 3 or 4 years ago about the bow and arrow, where it's like when life draws you back and when you've had setbacks, it's only because you're about to shoot forward even faster. And like as cliche and kind of silly as that is, the 8 of Wands is kind of that concept literally. Like maybe you've been pulled back, maybe you've had setbacks, and it's a spring, and the tension that you've had is going to release and you're going to shoot forward, and whatever you've been working towards, be it career, be it a project, like all of that pent up energy is going to release, and you're suddenly going to see amazing growth. You're going to see suddenly like a huge amount of momentum towards what you want, whereas before maybe you were discouraged. Like whatever you're working towards, a big rush of something good is about to happen.
Yeah.
Or you're about to get on a plane. Who knows?
Yeah.
Depends on your reading.
It could be either one.
Context of the other cards is very important, as we've discovered in a lot of these readings.
Yes, yes, exactly. Okay. Do we want to do another reading?
I think we should do Deco Tora's
cool.
general reading.
Cool, because I feel like there's a lot of people on the list now. And
we do have a few.
Okay. How many people are on the list?
We have 4.
Okay. Cool.
We got this.
We got this. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. And then you added Udi to the list too?
I did.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure.
Udil actually mentioned wanting a reading earlier, so I did it in the order of when they mentioned wanting a reading, and now they've specified general. So
cool. Oh man.
First come, first serve. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you guys for being here.
You guys are so great. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah.
Thank you for learning along with us.
Yeah, it's honestly fun.
It's so fucking
It's really interesting. The history's crazy.
I have more whenever you guys are ready for more history.
Oh man.
I have learned so much just with a little bit of research and just a little bit of
Yeah.
reading. So like, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, we got some cards. Oh, okay.
All right, so this is a general reading.
General reading.
Yeah.
Past card is 6 of Pentacles. The present card is 6 of Swords. The future card is the Fool.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, that's good. That's good.
The 6 of Pentacles I just read on our last stream when we were doing Blackston's love reading. I'm literally remembering every single card that we pull from our stream.
It's one of those pneumatic devices. If you have something to assign to it, it's easier to remember.
That's so true. That's
Maybe we
so
should
true.
make up a song about all of these cards.
I
There's a
think we
lot
could
of
do it.
cards.
But
There's
there's
a lot.
77. I think we could do it.
We could do maybe one for the major arcana.
That's true.
Maybe not all of the minor arcana.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, 6 of Pentacles. I believe Patrick brought up it's the Virgin, the something, and the something.
The Virgin, the Mother, and the Crone.
Yes.
Which this triad goes back to like ancient times. Like if you're familiar with Greek mythology, the goddess Hecate, who is the goddess of magic, is known to have these 3 forms: maiden, mother, and crone, being like young woman, middling woman, old woman. It's a very powerful triad, and I'm assuming you're referring to this because your deck shows the triad in this card. Okay. I can't quite see the details from my angle, but so
Yeah.
I will trust you.
Yeah, it's the 3 of them.
Okay.
Okay, so it's better to give than to receive, but receiving is okay too. If you have enough to spare, it's good karma to be generous, and it's not a sign of weakness to accept help if you really need it. So I think my book is saying, oh, hello. This card has 2 meanings and can be interpreted differently. Depending on your situation, you can see from the picture that the witch who has plenty is sharing with others who have less. She isn't giving charity because she's superior, but rather she's getting joy from the fact that she has enough prosperity and good luck that she can afford to be generous. So maybe in your past, there was a lot, like you've been very generous and maybe you've accepted assistance from the people in your life. You know, when you, like, maybe you reached out for help and you know, they helped you in a time of need, or maybe you did that for somebody else. You know, you were there for someone when they really needed you, and you know that good karma is definitely coming your way if it already hasn't. And I don't know. That's what my book is saying. It's saying a lot of like, you know, showing generosity and kindness is like really important, and that, you know, maybe like you've done the same in your past.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Roomba Chan X just for saying that like they just got here and yet they're enjoying being with us.
Thank
That
you.
means so much.
That's so sweet.
We are trying to be both educational and entertaining, and it is a fine line to walk,
Yes.
but I am glad that you are getting a little of both.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
Sorry if I pronounce your username wrong, but where are the Nords? The F Nords.
The F Nords.
Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it.
Oh, bits. Okay.
Yes.
Incredible.
So, as Gianna was saying, the Six of Pentacles is kind of known as like the generosity card. So it's basically saying, because Pentacles have always been associated with like money, finances, financial stability. And so the Six of Pentacles is basically saying like, you're at a point now where you are financially stable, but the people around you might have sacrificed for you to get to this point. So like your loved ones had to sacrifice time with you because you were at work, or you know, people have donated to you, or people have helped you along the way. And now that you are at this nice plateau where you are stable, it is time to recognize those that helped you get here. It is time to spread that wealth if you have excess. And it is just reminding you, like, we all stand on the shoulders of giants. We all are only where we are today through the help of others. No one is successful alone, no matter how much we like to think we are. So just like take a moment, reflect on those that have helped you. If possible, if you have the means to do so, be generous to those that have helped you, or to those that are not at as a stable place as you are. Make sure that you are being humble and being grateful, and if possible, spread the wealth.
Yeah.
And if this is someplace you've been in your past, like, damn,
Yeah.
that's great. That's
Yeah.
wonderful. It is good that you have been in such a stable place before and that you have been able to recognize and acknowledge and share that success with others.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, the Six of Swords is the present card. So that means that this is kind of like also getting away from like where they're at right now. So maybe like this is like a sign to get gone from the situation that you're in, like whether it be like an unhealthy relationship or a job that's beat you down, dangerous or unproductive circumstances. It's okay to like literally escape your own like a situation, and you know the burdens that come along with life, and maybe perhaps in a situation like you don't need them, so like you know, get gone.
So this kind of like what we were just talking about with the Eight of Wands, this can literally mean a physical journey, usually long and over water. My tarot deck literally shows a woman in a boat with 6 swords. So it could mean that like you're traveling to another country. It could mean even as something as simple as like you're going to another state over a lake, if you're flying over a lake or anything like that. So it could mean like a literal physical journey, or as Gianna was just saying, it could mean you're passing through stormy waters into calm ones. Maybe you were in a situation that was challenging, a little unhealthy, a little not like you weren't in the greatest place before, but right now in your present, you're getting through that, and still waters are like you're right there. You're getting through it. You're in a better place now, or you're about to be in a better place.
Yeah.
So again, all positive cards.
Yeah.
Like whatever was troubling you in the past is either about to be over or it is over now, and you're in a place of calm. Or you're going somewhere. Maybe you're going overseas. Maybe you're going to another state.
Yeah. And what I mean, again, a good segue is like the Fool in the future.
Yes.
So the Fool is, it doesn't mean you're a fool. It means that you're far from it.
No.
And I think that's kind of like a common misconception.
Yes. So this is kind of similar to like the Death card, where people see the Death card and they're like, oh no, literal death. No.
Yeah.
The Fool card does not literally mean you're an idiot. It means that you are in connection with that innocence inside of you. It really represents that like childlike wonder, that glee, that like naivete, but that good naivete of like you're willing to see the good in everything. You're willing to like see the silver lining. You're willing to be excited about things in like a childlike manner. So this, I love the Fool card, because it's like you haven't let that childlike part of you die because of adulthood or because of like a jaded situation, you know, especially because what it's saying in the present is like you have been through difficult times, but you're passing through them, and in your future you haven't lost that beautiful kernel of joy and wonder and glee and happiness that we are all born with.
Yeah.
So
and
the Fool card is like, good.
It's also like make that leap of faith.
Yeah.
Like go, again, toss caution to the wind. Just be like, heck yeah, like I'm just gonna do this, and like I'm gonna go for it, and making that big leap, and like not even making it any sort of hesitation. This card reminds us that after a while you have to stop considering all the possible options and just listen to your gut and just do it. So in your future, like you might have to make a decision of like, oh, like should I do this? Should I not? Just do it. Just like go for it. You know, what's the harm?
Yeah, so getting a little deep here, I was raised by very, very practical parents. I had a kind of a worrywart of a mother and like a very practical father, and I was like literally taught my whole life to like consider the realistic consequences of everything. Like if you're spending money, is it like realistic to spend this money? Will you get your like value out of it? I was always taught like, you know, like I'm living out here in LA. I was not raised here in California. I'm from Wisconsin, so I had to make this big move out to California on a dream. And my parents always told me, like, be realistic, be practical. And the Fool is that card that's telling you, like, you can be reasonable, you can be practical, but at some point, you just have to go for your dreams. You just have to believe, you have to make that leap, you have to strive after that thing that might not be realistic, but if you don't try, you won't get it anyway.
That's very true.
And I just I love this card. It's also very, very interesting because its value is 0. So in the tarot, all of the major arcana have Roman numerals from 1 to 21, I believe, maybe 22. I'd have to double look, but the Fool is 0 because it literally stands for that kernel of potential that is invaluable. It is priceless. It has a 0 because it is both nothing and everything. And it's such a fascinating concept because that's the part of you inside that's like, it's invaluable.
Yeah.
It's that kernel of innocence that no one can destroy, that no one can take from you.
What a good reading. Take the leap of faith. Just go for it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You've made it through your stormy waters. You've gone through your obstacles and you're out the other side, and now's the time to not let that jade you and keep that sense of life and love and wonder.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Super important.
So wonderful.
Yeah. Amazing.
Woo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully that resonated. And Deco Tora, we appreciate you stopping by. And hopefully you're enjoying the stream so far.
Yeah, and thank you for everyone that just joined in the last few minutes. We've gotten a couple of insomniacs with us.
Yeah.
Who are in all different time zones, who are with us trying to fall asleep, with us not falling asleep. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for being here, guys.
We really
it's so
love
much
it
fun.
and appreciate it. We're having a great time. Also, if you get a chance, join our Discord. I will link it in a moment, but we do D&D on Wednesdays. This is actually has all been born from the fact that Gianna plays a character who reads tarot in our D&D campaign, and we decided, well, let's learn more about it and let's teach other people while we're doing it.
Yeah.
So if you like D&D, even if you don't like D&D, if you don't know anything about D&D, our Wednesday stream has the audience actually voting in the chat about what happens during the D&D campaign, so you can literally interact and change the world live as we're playing D&D. And you can learn about D&D if you don't know anything about it, or if you want to know more about it, we'll teach you along the way.
Yeah, and there's no pressure at all because it's a bunch of other people in the chat voting on what the character should do.
Yeah.
So if you are like, I have no idea, oh my god, the pressure's on, there's literally no pressure. Everyone's super cool. Everyone in the chat is very helpful. I mean, I've been on the chat, I've been watching the chat for a couple weeks now. As I'm playing, because I just like to see what people are talking about, and it doesn't, it's not me taking away from the story or anything, but it's literally just me seeing what's going on, and everyone's new people will come in, and everyone's here's what happens, here's what's going on, let us fill you in, and it's oh my gosh, that's what I love to see. It's so pure and so sweet.
Yeah.
And I'm yes, more people coming to play D&D. Please learn more about it. It's so
we
much
have
fun.
we have 4 live actors playing, and one of our actors actually had never played D&D before he joined our show, so he was learning right along with us. And then the 5th character in the D&D party is literally the audience. It's literally an amalgamation of the entire audience in one character, and you make decisions and you use your Twitch channel points to control that character. So you're literally piloting a robot throughout the D&D adventure and playing along with us.
Yeah.
So if D&D is your thing, join our Discord, watch us on Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific time, and play along with us.
And you
Super
can
fun.
watch me read more tarot.
Yes, and Gianna's character, who's Nova, is a tiefling who reads tarot, and she uses tarot throughout the D&D adventure to try to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
And her patron kind of helps her by guiding her through divination and other means.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and I've learned a lot about tarot just by, learning through Nova. On our first, one of our very first streams, I was I brought my tarot cards, and everyone was everyone's okay, do a reading, and I was I don't know what to do for a reading, and Patrick was just read the card and describe what you think it is. And I was like, I don't know what it means. So this is super fun, and I've learned a lot about tarot, just like, you know, doing this, and even like with Nova, it's like I've learned a lot about just like reading into the cards and, you know, seeing what the details have in the pictures. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And so you guys should definitely join us. Join the Discord if you just like, you know, want to hang and talk memes.
So many memes, such good memes. We have a couple of really amazing meme creators in our Discord. Question for you. Do you want to go over the 9 of Wands, or do you want to do another reading right away? Because we still have a few people on
Let's do another reading.
Okay, so next is Haley.
Okay,
who would like a career reading.
Yes! Oh, I know what's going on. I know the tea. I know the tea.
We're going to give it a good shuffle.
Alrighty. I think, did you write down Tara Ivy?
I did.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh my gosh. My character, it has a British accent in...
Yeah, it is 9:30 a.m. in the UK. Oh my goodness, starting the day off great.
Oh my god,
Funny
that's
story,
so crazy.
Tara Ivy, since you just joined us. The last time we did this show, we did it at 9 a.m. Our time. We're in Los Angeles, because we wanted to try to give people like a good early morning, 9 a.m. like metaphysical start to their day.
Metaphysical morning.
We were so tired,
Yeah.
so that we decided to do it really late at night instead, because it seemed like we were more peppy at night anyway. And I'm really, really glad that we did that, because now we could catch you and start off your morning in a great way.
Oh my gosh.
There's just a few people ahead of you on the list, but you are written down, and we will get to it if you stick around.
Yeah. How many people are on the list right now?
If you count Haley, there are 4.
Okay, cool. And we're doing Haley's right now, so then there's 3.
So there'll only be 3.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, Haley, let's see what's going on. Sis, the star. The 9 of Wands, and... Okay. All right. First of all, Haley, we have the star, which obviously, like, you and I are, like, on the same wavelength. We just, like, love the night sky, which is always so cute. So the past is the star, the present is the 9 of Wands, and then the future is the Hierophant? Hierophant?
Hierophant?
Yep.
Hierophant.
Hierophant. Thank you. Do not know how to pronounce any of this.
It used to be called the Pope. Since we're talking about history, the Hierophant used to be literally the Pope.
Okay.
And then they changed it to something more general.
Okay.
The Hierophant being just a religious elder in general.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So, the star. We talked about this earlier. We're talking about career. So, the star is basically like you know, you have like your own light shining from you, and you attract, you don't chase. Like, you're very much like in your past, you've had everything like kind of come to you. And because of your like amazing aura and your amazing like personality, and I just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly, because I'm also just kind of forgetting the star now. And mine says like it's the hopeful card. That's right. So this is, you've had a lot of hope for your career in your past, and you know, this is deemed the hopeful card. And I think this makes a lot of sense for you, because, you know, you've had a lot of hope for your career in your past, and like, because of that hope, like you've had such like a I don't know, like some sort of like excitement, passion, drive, but also like, I don't know, like so much happening, so much light emanating from you. Anything to say about the star in the past?
Just kind of what we went over earlier. If you didn't catch it, we had it come up in another reading, but basically it's hope, it's faith, it's optimism, it's all that positive manifestation. It's, if you've ever read The Secret, it's that like complete belief in yourself and knowing that things are going to be all right. And because of your confidence and your ability to go with the flow, things turn out all right. And so...
The manifestation
The manifestation is coming back.
Girl, we manifest all the time.
The star is wonderful. I was talking earlier about how I truly believe that like you don't need to chase, because if your inner fire glows bright enough, everything that you need will be drawn and be attracted to you. So if you get this card in any position, that's wonderful, because it just means that like you're burning so bright, you have that faith and that optimism and that confidence, and whatever it happens, like it's meant to be. Like what you're meant to have and what is meant to happen will come, and it's gonna be great no matter the outcome.
Haley, oh my God, I love that so much. Okay, what a good place to start. The Nine of Wands. Oh my gosh, we don't even have to describe the Nine of Wands.
That was next on the list. Funny story.
Haley, thank you so much for the lovely segue. The Nine of Wands is you may be battered and bruised, but you'll survive to fight another day. Or maybe you won't have to fight at all. That might make for a nice change of pace. So currently right now, it just seems like you're having a hard time, like a tough time in life. Maybe even, I mean, obviously this is career, so like maybe you're having a hard time with your career. Maybe you're at like sort of like a plateau where you don't really know where you're going, or maybe you're at a crossroads where you're like, I have this opportunity ahead of me, but I also could go this way. And it's there. Literally one of the questions is, are you using precious energy on issues too small to really matter? Pick and choose your battles, pretty much. Mm-hmm. It's like, you know, you're still standing for a reason. You know, none of these battles have shot you down, but it's also like learning to choose like what things to stress over and what things not to stress over. Like life just happens. And like, especially with career right now, with quarantine, like it's okay to be kind of stuck.
Yeah.
It's hard for a lot of people.
Everything's been kind of put on pause.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that you should give up. It just means that things are kind of at a standstill right now, but just hold on.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna, it kind of reminds me of like what we were talking about before with like being pulled back only to spring forward later.
Mm-hmm.
Like my version of the Knight of Wands is literally like a soldier who's kind of like crouching and like holding on to one wand is like his one like thing of stability, like almost like a cane he's holding on to it. And it really symbolizes like you feel like you're on your last leg, you feel like you can't go on, but you're almost there. The Nine of Wands is 1 away from 10, which is the ultimate, the full circle, the ideal. So like you're almost at the end of the road and you feel like you just want to give up. You're on your last leg. And if you could just push forward, if you could just keep going a little bit longer, find that last reserve of energy, find that second win, and you'll get to that 10 of Wands. You'll find that ultimate satisfaction, that end of the road. Like it's tough, especially with careers right now. I know I personally like had a lot of different like promotions and energy moving forward in my career right before quarantine hit, and all of that ground to a halt, and it's so dissatisfying and it's so discouraging. Mm-hmm. But if you just hold on and just wait and just find those last bits of reserves of energy, it's all gonna come to fruition soon, and just like, you got this.
Yeah, and it literally says if you're fighting for something important, don't give up, you're tougher than you think.
Don't give up.
Which is true. I mean, like, we all know you manifest and then, you know, shit happens.
Yeah, but I do like what your book says about, like, dispersing your energy where it's needed. Mm-hmm. So, like, a lot of things are going on right now, and a lot of things, life has been thrown at you. Yeah. A lot of petty things, and, like, being able to pick your battles and choose what needs your energy, and saving that energy for what's really important later is going to be so important.
So important.
And we have the wisdom to do that. We just need to reflect and make sure that we're dispersing that energy where necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then we have a major arcana card for the future, which is the Hierophant.
The Hierophant, yes.
So, do you want to take that one away? I don't know much about the Hierophant.
So the Hierophant, while originally literally the Pope, now kind of stands for any kind of like structured authority. So specifically in a career reading, it would kind of refer to like a company, an establishment, a business. It just kind of means like a collective, already established authority. So to me, if this is a career reading and that's in your future, it seems like perhaps you have a big job coming up, or perhaps you're already part of a big job. It means like an established authority of a company or a career, like perhaps like a major, headliner in your field or whatever your industry is. Maybe a job in that company is coming your way soon. Maybe you're headed towards a very established, a very structured career. And like, as much as we were like, kind of dunking on capitalism earlier, like those jobs come with full-time benefits, and like, hell yeah, we need those benefits.
Yeah.
So this can be a very, very positive card in your career reading, because it means, maybe you're getting to a spot where you're going to have a very stable, structured career, hopefully in a very major player in your field.
This is so much because, so Haley, with her career, like she wants to go into music, and she has a song that's coming out on my birthday, February 5th.
Cute.
And it's called The Garden of Past Lives. Haley, if you want to link it in the chat, everyone go pre-save her song. It's so good. Just a little hype for my bestie. But like that's so cool because like she's been wanting a career in music, so maybe, once this song comes out, it could be that thing that like really helps her get to where she wants to be.
Yeah.
And she's been manifesting like her music career. So like, sis, hop on it.
It has a couple of other meanings as well. It can also mean, it can mean a literal person. So the Hierophant can mean like a mentor kind of. It can be like a person who is a teacher to you or a mentor. It can mean a religious figure. It can mean someone respected in your community, specifically in your career, so like in the music community. So this could mean also in your future that perhaps someone that you highly respect or someone from your past, like a teacher, is going to come back into your life and kind of take you under their wing. Could mean that maybe someone really well respected in the music community is going to take notice of you. It could mean, as I was mentioning before, it refers to large institutions. So perhaps something in your career will get noticed by a larger organization and will get caught up in that, and that will lead you to success. It can also represent traditional values and ethics, which is kind of interesting because it could mean that if you follow like the proper guidelines, or if you follow the traditional steps, that could lead you to success. So in whatever career or industry you're in, perhaps it just means like, whatever you were taught, to follow those tried and true methods, and that will lead you to a successful outcome.
Chef's kiss. Completed. Oh my gosh. Haley! What a fun time! Okay. What a good reading. I'm so happy. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like
that was so good.
she linked in the chat. So
good. Everyone go pre-save her song. It's so good, and I promise you won't be let down. If you have Spotify. I'm sorry, it's not Apple Music or Amazon Music. It's only Spotify. Okay. Let's see. Lemon Viola would like a general reading if the list isn't too long.
Okay.
We do have
adding you to the list.
About 20 minutes left until 2 a.m. Just a little heads up.
I mean, I'm good to go. I don't know how you're feeling.
I'm honestly fine. I think we should I don't know how we're going to cap it, because people are going to keep coming in, I feel like.
Okay.
But I don't know where to cap it. Maybe that's your call?
I think, okay, so we just went over the 9 of Wands. So we should definitely go over the 10 of Wands.
Okay. Let's do the 10.
Yeah, let's do the 10 of Wands really quickly. We'll get that out of the way so that we finish off the Wands. And then why don't we just kind of like power through this list so that we can get everyone else
that works.
Quick readings.
Yeah, that works. Thank you guys for staying.
Thank you so much.
Who's up next?
It is, sorry if I mispronounced your username, but Udil?
Udi?
Udi. I thought there was an L in it.
Oh, just kidding.
Udil, with a general reading. So you are on deck. So if you're still in the chat, please sound off so that we know that you're still here. Hang on tight, because you're going to be next right after we go over one more card, the 10 of Wands.
Okay. Cool. Where's the 10 of Wands?
While you are looking for the visual aid, I will kind of go over what my book says about the 10 of Wands. Which is, we've been talking about careers and work and that work-life balance. And the 10 of Wands can represent You've been striving, you've been working really hard, you've been putting everything else aside to make this career a success, and maybe now you're feeling kind of overwhelmed. Maybe you're feeling burnt out. Maybe you're feeling overburdened by all the hard work that you've put in. And what it's saying is that this doesn't necessarily need to be a negative thing, because you can handle this load. You just have to like take a step back, evaluate your life, evaluate what you've taken on, do all your time management, and stay determined, stay true, keep that integrity. You can handle this. You might be feeling overwhelmed, you might be feeling overburdened, but you know what you need to do to get the job done. Maybe you need to take that step back and you need to just refocus and then push through and get it all done. Maybe you need to take a step back and redistribute your workload. Maybe you've taken on too much. Maybe it's time to delegate that to other people who can do the job just as well as you. It does also mean, though, that you have to be careful. So you've already got a pretty heavy load. Maybe now is not the time to take on more work. Maybe now is not the time to work on that new project. Maybe now is not the time to say yes to another request. Make sure that we are keeping our work-life balance even. Make sure that we are being realistic with our expectations of ourselves. Make sure that we are not letting other people pressure us into doing more than we really need to, or, don't work above your pay grade. Really act your pay grade. If they are paying you minimum wage, you don't need to work a manager's amount of work. You are not being paid a manager's pay. So just taking that step back, making sure that you are keeping your own mental health safe, making sure that you are not overworking yourself. Don't bite off more than you can chew. But you got this. Yeah. You can do this.
Yeah. You pretty much summed it up. Like, my whole book is just saying that exactly. It also says, like, if you're taking on the energy of other people around you, like, put it down.
Yeah.
Like, do not, like, people can vent to you about stuff, and, like, your family can be like, oh, I'm having such a hard time, and, like, it's okay to, like, listen to people and, like, I guess, hear them out and try to empathize with them. That's always really important. Like, I think that's, I prefer, like, I want someone to be there for me when, like a friend or a family member, but, like, that doesn't
We have to be humane. We have to empathize with those around us. We have to be sympathetic to other people's struggles. But
also at the same time, don't take their negative energy and carry that burden onto you. Instead, just be like, okay, they told me their problems, I'm not gonna, like, put their energy away, shoo it away. And
I think a lot of us are empaths, and a lot of us have a tendency to take other people's negative emotions a little too much onto ourselves.
Yeah.
We love to sympathize. It's what keeps us human. It's what keeps us good, is understanding other people's struggles. But some people's problems aren't your problems.
Yeah.
And it's not your responsibility to make them better. And this card is both a warning and a blessing, because it gives you permission to drop some of that load. It kind of reminds me of the 8, it's like the 8 of Cups says you can turn away from things sometimes, and that's okay. And the 10 of Wands says you have worked so fucking hard and you deserve what you have, but you don't have to do more right now.
Yeah.
You can just work on you. You can just focus on yourself. You don't have to say yes. It's okay to say no.
It's okay to say no.
It is okay to say no.
Yes. Yes. Period. Oh my gosh. Incredible.
And that being said, Udil, general reading coming your way.
Here we go. Woo! General reading. All right. What time is it? 1:50.
1:48.
1:48. I was 2 minutes away. Oh my god. My shuffling is gonna be fine. Yes, it was. Yes.
We're getting better. We are learning.
Oh my gosh, this is so much.
While you're shuffling, I do have one more piece of history that I do want to go over.
Okay, do it.
And this one is extremely important. I want to kind of ground this in reality for a moment, because a lot of the other history that we were talking about, though factually true, we were kind of joking about. I do want to mention Anton Kort de Gebelin, and his influence in tying tarot to the Romani people. So a little bit of history. De Gebelden claimed, and this was because he was saying that the tarot came from Egypt and it had all of this mythical symbolism when we know it didn't come from Egypt. At the time, and this was around, let me double check the date. I believe this was around like the 15th or 16th century. It was believed that the Romani people originated from Egypt. And because de Gebelden had already said, oh, tarot comes from Egypt, he posited this theory that the tarot had been brought to Europe by the Romani people. Scholars, after the fact, have proven this not to be true because the Romani people, scholars have traced their roots back to India, and it is found that they did not even come to the West until after tarot had already been introduced to Europe. But this theory permeated so much of popular culture that the actual slang word for the Romani people at the time originated from the word Egypt, because they were thought to be Egyptian, and that's where that slur came from. And because they were persecuted and they were not allowed other work, so many Romani people took up fortune telling and tarot reading because it was the only job they could do. And it became very, very important in their culture, and to the point where we can probably trace tarot still being read and taught today because they have continued it in their culture, and they are still mothers and grandmothers teaching their daughters and nieces how to read tarot. I have read some information about it from, obviously, Gianna and I are not Roma. We are not the leading authority on this, but we want to respect the influence that the Romani people have brought to the tarot community. And if you are interested in more information from someone who is a Romani activist themselves, I recommend looking up Junie on Instagram at Romani Uprising. They have a lot of information about how the Romani have been shown in popular media, and how tarot is connected to them, even if it doesn't originate with them, how they have taken it and absorbed it and brought it into the modern divination society. So definitely make sure, if you are interested, that we are always respectful of those that tarot has touched and how that has culturally changed people. Like, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of Jewish symbols that were brought into tarot and then taken out of it, and a lot of Jewish tradition has been interwoven in this history, and a lot of Romani influence has been interwoven in this history. So when we choose tarot decks, for example, how I mentioned how Egyptian symbolism was kind of brought into it with the temples and the obelisks, we want to make sure that we choose decks that don't steal symbols anymore. In the modern era, there are some decks that, for example, might like bring in dream catchers as like one of their symbols, but that is not necessarily tied to tarot in its history. And so we want to make sure that we're always choosing a deck that we personally resonate with, but that we're not stealing the symbols and the religion of other cultures while we're trying to use this as a tool for ourselves. So once more, Instagram at Romani Uprising if you want more information from someone who has personally part of the Romani culture and has much more information, is much more expertise on that. But yeah, just really, really fascinating history, fascinating cultures that it has touched and changed, and let's move forward into the future with respect and grace.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Period. I love that. Thank you for the information, and for also bringing up someone who is Romani and they know more about us. Again, we are two white women. We don't know much about their culture. We can try to educate ourselves, but I think it's important to go to someone straight from the source,
right?
Or straight from someone who has that personal experience.
Yes.
So, anyway, Udo, this is your reading. It's a general reading, right?
General, yes.
Okay. Past is the Four of Cups, present is the Nine of Cups, and the future is the Star. The Star is coming up a lot this stream. making an appearance left and right. So the Four of Cups is basically, we talked about this in the last episode, as well as the Nine of Cups, but the Four of Cups I remember so distinctly because the Four of Cups, the guy's like sitting there and he's like, oh, like, there's so many glasses here, but like I'm not satisfied with anything. And all of these opportunities are presented in front of this person and he's just waiting for like the right one. But like, is there ever really like one that could satisfy him?
Right.
Is like what the whole card is basically saying. So maybe there was something in the past where, you know, there was a bunch of things that were coming your way and, you know, you were never satisfied. And it's okay to pick a choice. Like everyone's like, oh, I just should wait for the right thing to come along. But it's like, sometimes you just don't want to wait and you shouldn't wait because that opportunity could just go away. And then boom, like it's gone. And then you can't have access to it again. Or the timing just didn't, you know, work out.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something in their past where you struggled with something like that. And maybe it's something that like still haunts you or
Yes.
it's something that you still think about.
Right.
Do
So
you want to contribute?
Yeah, so we talked about the Four of Cups last episode, but I like to think of it as the boredom or indifference card. So this is basically saying you had some opportunities in front of you, but nothing really felt like you didn't feel that drive, you didn't feel that passion towards them. And while, again, we always want everyone to know like you don't necessarily have to settle, we always also have to be self-reflective and know when we are being too picky or being like over enthusiastic and not being realistic. And as you were saying, all these cups are in front of you and nothing satisfies you. So maybe there was something in your past where you just didn't quite feel satisfied, or you just maybe you waited too long. Maybe some options were in front of you and you thought like, I'll just wait a little longer and the perfect opportunity will come, and then it didn't. And you're always wondering what if, or like, oh man, I should have just taken this opportunity that was in front of me. So it's a great reminder to just always be self-reflective, everything in moderation. Obviously, it's okay to feel bored or indifferent sometimes. We like as humans, we don't have the emotional bandwidth to be excited about everything. But we do have to be realistic. We have to sometimes choose maybe what we consider the lesser option at times, because there are some instances where nothing will satisfy us, but we still have to move forward, and that's okay. Because we will work through it.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll find that spark again.
Yeah, and honestly, going from the Four of Cups into the Nine of Cups, especially with the present card, the Nine of Cups is a good card. It's
great
literally
card.
called the Wish card.
It's like the pleasure card.
Yeah.
It's like that thing that you've been wishing for. You got it.
It's like success at last.
Yes.
So right now you're currently feeling like, you know, you got what you wanted. Maybe that opportunity did come along after you have waited so long, or maybe that opportunity didn't come along, but something even better came, and like now you're kind of in that moment where you're like, oh my gosh, all of this waiting, all of this time, like I was waiting for something so great, and now it's finally here. And the Nine of Cups is such a great and positive card, and it literally says in my book, like, congrats. And you know, you've achieved a goal you've been working so hard on, and it's a sign of good things here and now or waiting in the future. So it could be, you know, like it could be right now, it could be also happening in your future. And with the Star card, again, it's the hope card. So you're going to be manifesting like so much success and so much promise for your future, and you know, maybe you know, this is like for right now, obviously, but this is in your future. So the Star card is something that you're manifesting, and you are let's see, just want to make sure. I keep forgetting the Star card. It's so embarrassing.
Hope, optimism, faith.
Yes, faith. I keep saying hope, but it is also hope.
It's hope and faith and
I'm like, it's
optimism.
2 a.m. It's like 2 a.m. I'm like, okay.
It is just about 2 a.m.
Okay. Yeah. Almost. Yeah, so the Star card is faith, optimism, hope. There's a lot of that in your future, so that's always a good sign to have that card. in any part of your reading. Like the Star card is one of my favorite cards, and the fact that it keeps coming up tonight is amazing for us.
Yes.
So.
And I do just want to say thank you everyone that has stuck with us so far. We have our list of everyone that has asked for a reading, and we will go down the list first come first serve. But at this point, we are going to be closing out the list. So from this point forward, our readings will be closed. So we have just a few left on the list that we'll finish out, and then we're going to be wrapping it up for the night. But we are doing Nova's Tarot Corner every other Sunday, so we won't be doing it this coming Sunday, but the Sunday after. And if you've liked our show, please, please, please come join us again 2 Sundays from now, which will be, I will look at the date, it will be February 7th. Our next show will be February 7th. So if you didn't get a reading tonight, but you liked us and you found us educational and entertaining, please come back February 7th, and we will be doing more readings then.
Nate says, can I shower yet? Nate, I'm so sorry. I think we have a few more readings, right? We have like...
Nate, you can shower. It's okay.
Just shower, bro. Nate.
You can shower. So fun fact, our water heater is here in the Twitch Slay studio.
Yes.
So we usually ask our roommates not to shower so that the background noise isn't too bad. But it is 2 a.m. You may shower. It's okay.
Shower. Oh my God.
I know the water heater, Nate. Please shower.
Anyway.
It's okay.
Yeah. Oh my God. He goes, but the water heater. I'm dead. Okay. All right. Who's next?
It is Where Are the Fnords, which I have been told is a Discord term that I must Google after the stream, which I will do so. I am sorry I don't understand it at the moment. I will know for next time that it is a career reading. For
Okay,
Where
career.
Are the Fnords?
Career. And then, how many after Where Are the Fnords?
5.
5 after?
We're gonna.
Oh my God!
It's okay.
Let's make sure everyone's here, because maybe people left.
Yes. So, Where Are the Fnords? If you could just sound off in chat to make sure that you're still here.
I think I saw them in the chat, so.
They are. Yep, they're here. All right.
Oh my Lord. Okay.
And then, Roomba-chan, you are on deck. So, if you would also sound off to make sure that you're still here, you're next.
if you're still here, please say something, because if...
We also did get through all of the history and all of the wands, so we can just do readings back to back.
Perfect.
No,
Okay.
No more, no more delays.
And this is a career reading?
Yes.
Okay. 6 of Cups is in the past placement. King of Wands is present. Hello. And then the King of Pentacles is in the future. So the 6 of Cups, this is, again, the kindness and giving, generosity card. So in your past, you were probably presented an opportunity or given an opportunity by somebody to, like, for a job or a career or an internship, what have you, that was presented to you, and you took it and ran with it. Or maybe, you gave that opportunity to somebody else. Like, maybe you were like, oh, I have a really great opportunity for you, my friend, whoever that may be, and I can help you, I can show you the ropes. Here, like, let me show you what's going on and, like, give you some sort of guidance.
Yeah.
And so this is a really good card. It's, again, like the kindness card, showing, you have a lot of generosity, or generosity has been shown to you,
Yes.
given your career.
Yeah, and in the past, you've known that there are people that helped you along the way, and you've either been able to pay that back, or this is a reminder now that all of those people that helped you to get where you are now, make sure that you thank them, or make sure that you pay it forward.
Yeah.
Because, we only ever get to where we are today because of the generosity of our parents, our friends, our mentors, our bosses.
Yep.
And so we have to make sure that we set up future generations with that same kind of kindness, or else we'll never be able to move forward.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. The present placement is the King of Wands. King of Wands is basically like you're very determined and you're planning for the future, but you're also acting now. And there are some things happening. And you know what you want, and you'll do what it'll take to get you there.
Right.
And the king is very active, passionate, and driven, and it represents a strong male figure who is influencing in your life, maybe for the better. And he's also a reminder that sometimes it's important to take control of your own destiny. But this could also be you as well. This could be you, like, forging ahead and really being that strong, individual for yourself in your career life.
Right. And as we haven't gone over the cards yet, there's always a double meaning. So the kings can either be this yang energy, this aggressive energy within yourself, or it can be a literal person in your life. So maybe there is a man or like a masculine energy type of person that who's all action, all striving forward, energetic, all, no talk, all go now. Sometimes that can be a bad thing. Sometimes it can mean like rushing forward where you miss details or like you leave things behind. But it's generally a very, as we were just talking about today, wands are very passionate, fiery, all like, the King of Wands can also be like fatherly. Like if this is a real person in your life, it would show like a father figure who's very like proud, like a very proud father, or like a very it's like kind of a CEO type of like takes the initiative, all the drive, all the action, all that forward movement. So this could be you, this could be your literal present, or it could be a person in your life that has these personality traits.
Yes, exactly. And it's interesting because there's two kings here in the reading. So it's the King of Wands and the King of Pentacles.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, this could literally be you and how your personality might how your different energies can benefit you through different parts of your life, or perhaps there are people that you personally know in your life that are going to help you through obstacles that have these personality traits, and maybe you should look to them for guidance.
Yeah. And the King of Pentacles, just work hard, do good for others, all will be well. And the king is clearly very successful, and he's also very grounded. And the King of Pentacles card represents prosperity and abundance. So his strength comes from being strongly rooted in his own success and the success of those around him.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of success coming in your future with your, and it can represent your own financial situation.
Yeah. So this is great because we have the King of Wands in your present and the King of Pentacles in your future. This is probably the same person, probably you. It's probably talking about how in the present you're all drive, you're all go, go, go. You're putting that energy, that hard work in, and it means in the future that you will be in a stable spot of financial stability and career success where you can be down to earth. You can kind of like slow down a little bit. You don't have to be all go, go, go. You can sit upon your throne in like a stable manner where you can be generous and still work hard and still keep that like stable financial situation. But now you're going to be in an elevated position, maybe a promotion, maybe like you're getting that job that you need, and all of that energy and all of that hard work and all that drive from the King of Wands is going to transform into the King of Pentacles. Pentacles.
It's 2 a.m. It's fine.
It is 2 a.m. Yeah, sound off in the chat if it's not 2 a.m. where you are.
Yeah.
What time is it where you guys are all?
What is the time there?
What time is it?
What time is it? We don't have the time.
We don't even know.
All right, so that is your reading.
Yeah.
Who was next? I don't know if...
Roomba Chan. Roomba Chan, if you're still in the chat, please sound off so that we know that you are here for your reading. And they have requested either love or career.
Okay, let's see. Is Roomba Chan still here?
Yeah, let's double check that they're still here.
And then who's after Roomba Chan?
After Roomba Chan, Tara Ivy, you're on deck. And someone pointed out that it is very funny that we keep saying on deck. Because this is a tarot deck.
Oh my God!
I didn't even notice. Thank you for noticing. I'm so sorry, but I'm not sorry.
That's so funny. I love it. Okay, so
all right,
in order we have Roomba Chan,
and then Tara Ivy, then Ninja Queen.
Ninja Queen.
So I'm gonna wait one more minute. If Ruma-chan or Tara Ivy, if you're not still here, we're going to skip ahead. If you sound off a little later, we'll double back to you, but we want to make sure that we're getting to everybody in a timely manner because apparently for a lot of people it's 5 a.m. and they haven't slept. So we want to make sure that we wrap this up.
So it's Ninja Queen and then Lemon Viola?
And then 2 noobs, 1 pro.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. All right.
I will get to shuffling.
Yes, please shuffle.
And
I will wait 1 more minute, and then if we don't see Ruma-chan or Tara Ivy in the chat, we're gonna jump ahead to Ninja Queen because they did just. Oh, Tara Ivy has sounded off.
Okay, Tara Ivy. Okay.
All right, so Tara Ivy would like a general reading.
Okay, Tara. Let's do this.
Thank you for still being here.
Yeah, thank you so
early
much.
In the
Oh my
morning.
gosh. Hi, United Kingdom.
Hello, everyone.
What's going on? What time is it in the UK? 10 a.m.? That's so crazy. Oh my god. We haven't slept. They slept. We didn't.
None of us have slept.
What was this, general?
Tara Ivy was general, yes.
Okay. Let's do this.
Ninja Queen is hanging on because they dozed off a little bit.
Oh, perfect.
As long as you're awake for your reading, that's all that matters.
Wait a minute. Did it not shuffle? It didn't shuffle enough. It's literally.
Is it the exact same?
Yeah, it's backwards.
Do we need to give it another shuffle?
I think so.
We're gonna give it another shuffle.
I'm so sorry, Tara Ivy. I just can't do that to you. Like, it's not. Sometimes it's just not the energy of the cards. You know. If
do you want to give it like a good cut too?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna, you know.
This is what happens when you do too many readings back to back.
I'm so sorry.
Usually we would split these up a little bit more in between. But
Yeah. I'm like the energy. If it pulls the same cards again, obviously they're screaming to be used.
Right.
That would be a little weird.
If all of the signs of the universe are telling you the same 3 cards, we'll go with it. But
yeah,
we're gonna give it the benefit of the doubt and give it one more good shuffle.
Yeah. Exactly. That was so much. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. All right.
We underestimate Ninja Queen's insomniac skills. I don't underestimate anyone's insomniac skills.
Honestly,
I'm still awake. So if I'm still awake, I feel like Anna and Frozen, the sky's awake, so I'm awake.
so we have
If
to
I'm
play.
awake, you could be awake. I believe in you.
Okay. Please be good. Okay. These are different cards. Thank God. Okay. Oh my God! The King of Wands really came out to play.
All right. Well, the universe is telling you, King of Wands. For sure.
Okay. Let's do this. The
Okay.
Page of Swords is in your past, 6 of Pentacles is in your present, and King of Wands is in your future.
All right. So quickly, before we talk about the Page of Swords specifically,
Yes.
pages. We mentioned this earlier, if you weren't there. Pages can literally mean young children, or they can mean events. It usually signifies like a message. So it's like fast energy, a message or good news, or just news in general on the wind. So Page of Swords, specifically, if it's referring to a literal child, so because this is in your past, that leaves it like really open. This could be you yourself when you were a child. This could be someone that you knew when they were younger, but it signifies someone quick-minded, someone cool, someone logical, someone no nonsense, no bullshit. This is the kind of kid I always think of like when I was in elementary school and like the talented and gifted kids. These are like science kids. This is like the kids that know their shit. It can also mean though that these kids are like a little cold, a little alien, a little like, ooh, you're a little too smart for your age, or like not too smart, but like a little smart for what I imagine a child to be, and it can be a little creepy. Like I know one of my best friends, her younger brother is so smart that it's scary sometimes because he like says things and you're like, you are a child, and yet that was very like an adult-like thing to say. Who are you? So I always picture that child, like if this is someone that you yourself related to or someone that you knew in your childhood, it could refer to that person, that very smart, very quick-witted kid. If this doesn't resonate with you, pages also reference events or news. And so if you would like to talk about what your book says about the Page of Swords.
Yeah, it says basically like the card can also represent you if you're following an idea or a beginning on the path to a new goal. The page indicates a mixture of enthusiasm and uncertainty, coupled with determination to pursue the journey to its end, no matter where it leads. And it's kind of like, is the page, are you being impulsive? Were you being impulsive or were you being intuitive? I mean, it just depends on your situation. And yeah, it says there is such a thing as being too smart for your own good. So that that kind of goes along with what Ciara just said. So yeah, he was very excited he's very excited to get started on his journey. So maybe like you're going towards something and you're very enthusiastic, very optimistic, and just like very eager to get started on this new path or this like new daring adventure that you call life, I guess. It's 2 a.m. I'm barely functioning right now. But the really good thing is the page kind of says like, I don't need to know where I'm going. I'm gonna get there. So it's kind of like just starting that process of like where you want to get to, and then just letting the cards, no pun intended, fall where they may. Anyway.
All those card puns.
Me trying so hard to not say that, but also I had to. So yeah, it's just kind of like, a new beginning. It could symbolize a new beginning of like a path, and you were so excited to start this path, and here you are,
That's life.
That's life. The 6 of Pentacles, we talked about this one earlier as well.
Generosity.
Yeah, very abundant, and not afraid to ask for help.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, you've helped someone else in the past when they've asked for your help, or vice versa. Maybe you've been helped out by someone in your life, or right now. Currently,
yes.
This is your
so
present.
It's the present.
Yeah. So maybe we're all going through some shit right now with quarantine, but like, maybe right now, you're kind of wondering like where is life taking you, and just like maybe you've asked for help and people are helping you out.
Or maybe you're in a position to help others out right now.
Yeah, so true.
You're probably in a somewhat stable position. You've progressed from your past to a point where you're stable in some means, be that relationship-wise or financially or career-wise, and now is the time to credit those that helped you get where they are, or to help those that are less fortunate than you.
Yeah. So that's your present, and yeah, that's pretty much what the card stands for.
Yeah, is there like have you called your mother lately? Is there a teacher who, helped you get where you are today that you should send that quick email to or a LinkedIn message to? Is there a boss that's given you opportunities that you forgot to thank? Like, now's the time.
Yeah, I love that. It's just a nice
I don't
little
call
reminder.
my mom enough.
So true.
Here's a quick message to all those that have forgotten. Call your parent if you haven't recently. If your relationship with them is good. Some parents don't need calls, we understand.
Yes.
But if your relationship with your parent is good and you haven't talked to them recently, send them a message.
This is your sign.
Yeah. They helped you get where you are today.
Oh, man.
Maybe. I don't know your family relationship.
We don't know
if
your
they
life.
helped you where you are today, send them a message.
Okay, so the King of Wands is your future. Very determined. So you're in your future. You're gonna act on, what's happening, what's coming your way, and you have this idea for what you want, and you're gonna plan for it, and good things are coming. It's the King of Wands. It's a king. Hello, and we just talked about this one. Like, literally just talked about it.
Yeah, this is the wands again. So as we talked about, full of energy, full of fire, full of passion.
Yeah.
Be this a person that you know personally, a male adult that is all business, like always energetic, always moving forward, very career or business or project focused, very like, tunnel vision, gets what he wants, works towards it, maybe forgets details along the way, or maybe this is you. Maybe this is you in the future. Maybe this is a sign that you need to, like, full speed ahead, get that train going. You have a project in mind, you want to get it done. This can be you. Just like put your determination and all that energy in one direction, and you're gonna spring forward with new abundance and success and passion.
Yeah, take charge of your own destiny.
You got this.
Yeah, you got it. Good cards.
Great cards.
Love that.
There are no bad cards, only bad, only negativity if you don't see the silver lining. I don't know how to phrase this. I had an idea in mind and it died.
It's 2 a.m.
It's like there's no small roles, only small actors. There are no bad cards. It's only what you do with them.
Yeah,
you know?
it's like, I guess it's like, again, how you perceive it.
Yeah.
You know?
Just only bad attitudes. No bad cards, only bad attitudes.
So
if you don't have a bad attitude, there are no bad cards.
Yeah, this is very, very true.
That made sense. Kind of.
It did kind of, yeah.
Oh.
We're good, we're fine. Okay, next up is
Ninja Queen.
Ninja Queen, you've been
with a
so
love
active
reading.
in the chat. Thank you so
Ninja
much.
Queen.
Okay.
And then on deck is Lemon Viola with a general reading.
Okay.
And then if at some point Roomba-chan comes back, Roomba-chan, you're in the mix somewhere whenever you pop back in chat.
Yeah, just let us know.
Let us know if you're still there.
Or if you fell asleep, that's okay, you know?
That's okay too. It's
We'll put you
anywhere from 2 to 5 to 10 a.m. apparently.
So true.
It's so early.
So true. Okay, what's this reading?
This is a love reading. Ooh la la.
I love a good love reading.
We're gonna give that deck a
Has Nate
heavy
showered
cut.
yet? Nate, shower. God.
We have given you permission to shower, Nate, please.
This is your
shower, do it now.
Oh, poor Nate.
He's been so patient with us.
I know. Okay. This is for you, Ninja Queen. All right. Oh! The lovers in a love reading!
Oh, damn! Oh, damn.
Oh, my God.
There we go.
Okay.
There you go. Good signs.
Wait, I'm suddenly awake. Hi, how are we?
What happened?
Oh my God, I think I just blacked out for a second.
The universe took over, apparently.
Oh my God. Okay. So, wow. Oh my God, okay.
This is a good thing.
So, the past is the Knight of Wands, the present is the Lovers, and the future is Strength. Very good cards.
So good.
This is such a good love reading. I could cry. The Knight of Wands. We've pulled, I think, all of these cards except for the Lovers.
Yeah, that's the first time we're seeing the lovers.
Yeah, and then for a love reading, yes. Okay. So, the Knight of Wands is basically like going full speed ahead into just like danger, but like. Look, love can be dangerous, but it's, I don't know, like, it's worth the risk sometimes. And so maybe in your past you've just gone for it and you've really just gone full speed ahead, no problem, just like, taking that risk. And, I don't know, just like.
It comes with a lot of creative energy. It comes with a lot of, like, as you were saying, full speed ahead. Or, it can mean literally changing of residences. Maybe you've moved in your past. Maybe you had like a big move, like a cross-country move or like a cross-state move. Can mean a long journey. Maybe that you had a significant trip in your past where you met someone significant. Or the Knight can literally mean a young man. As again, this kind of goes from teens to like young 20s. A man who's energetic, adventurous, ambitious, exciting, maybe a little hasty, maybe rushes too fast into things without thinking everything through, but just like a very exciting, energetic person. Maybe there's a man in your past that you've been thinking about. Or, again, maybe this means change of residence, a big trip that was significant, or that you yourself were energetic and adventurous and rushed headfirst into things, maybe without thinking things through. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. Our motto.
Okay, I'm so excited to read the Lovers.
Ninja
Okay.
Queen was state hopping for a while. Okay,
Ooh,
so
okay.
so you've moved around a lot, and maybe, I mean, not maybe, it was important in your development as a person because it meant that you saw a whole bunch of different types of people, that you met a whole bunch of people that you wouldn't have met had you not moved around. It means that you yourself grew and changed with every new place that you went, and, you know, maybe you met someone significant with all that moving around that, again, was across the country or across the state that you never would have met otherwise.
Yeah. I'm getting a vibe, again, we're still new at this, but like, I'm getting a vibe that you've already met the person that you're going to be in a relationship with.
Right.
I'm not getting like, they're coming in your future, or like, I'm getting like, you already know them, or like, they're in your life currently.
Right.
You know, because why would it be in the present
Yeah.
placement?
Well, especially, not only is the Lovers in the present position, but if it was something that was about to start or hadn't started yet, it would have been more like Ace of Cups. Like, the new beginnings, the cusp of something new, but it's not the Ace of Cups. It's not even the Two of Cups. It's the Lovers.
The Lovers.
The most, like, strong symbol of two people intertwined in fate and destiny and love and a relationship. And now, this doesn't necessarily have to be romantic. The Lovers, like, depending on the context of the reading, could mean two people in a platonic relationship, or it could even mean, like, familial love. But this is a love reading, so, like, we're looking for that sweet romance.
Yeah. Exactly. And this even says, like, the Lovers card symbolizes all pieces coming together in perfect harmony. And it's, like, that feeling of, like, completeness and rightness. So, I don't know.
Especially with the Knight of Wands in your past, like, that to me is kind of saying there was a person in your past whose personality traits are that, like, energetic, adventurous, ambitious, or, I mean, it could also mean, like, you yourself are adventurous, ambitious, and a little hasty, and that you're looking for someone to complement that. But I'm feeling, with the Lovers in your present, there's something going on there. There's maybe someone that you have an eye for.
Maybe you have a crush on somebody and maybe they like think of you the same way. Communicate. Oh my god. Maybe you find out. Always take that leap of faith. You never know. And then the future card is Strength, which we also talked about, my Vexalia card. The Strength card, Ciara, you can talk about it because it's like one of your favorites.
It is one of my favorites. It's like feminine energy overcoming masculine energy. It's that, like, love overcoming violence. It is diplomacy overcoming aggression. It is yin, like, controlling yang. And it doesn't have to literally mean a woman, like, taming a man. That's like a very literal interpretation of it. But it's for the Lovers, it's like whoever you have that, like, eye on, your love, your cool-headedness, your confidence, your internal strength is going to draw them to you, and you are going to, like, tame them, which is, like, in a relationship, not a good metaphor to use, but, like, in a
For
more,
lack of a better word.
in a more vague sense, like, that person that is running out and wild, that is far from your reach, is going to come to you, and it's going to create a domestic relationship. You know, like, your future is going to be like, it can symbolize, like, even marriage, you know, because it's that, like, taming, that, like, domesticity. It's raining. I don't know if you guys can hear that.
I was like,
all of us got really
raining?
concerned. But no, that can mean, like, oh my gosh, so the Knight of Wands is in your past, your Lover is in your present, and the future is, like, that settling down. That could mean, like, a domestic relationship. That can mean, like, a equal partnership, like a very stable relationship in your future.
Yeah. Ninja Queen!
So good!
This is such a good love reading. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. Take a screenshot.
Phoenix Raven loves that you're considering the strength card, the Vexalia card. Like that's
It's true.
always-
You're gonna sit there and tell me that's not Vex?
You're gonna tell me I'm wrong?
You're gonna sit there and tell me that I'm wrong?
Her sister was a witch. You're telling me that
The
I'm
princess.
She came down in a bubble, bro.
Grow up. Oh my god. Okay.
All right.
It's pouring, and I have to drive home after this. I'm scared for my life.
All right, we have a Lemon Viola, which I just saw in the chat, so I know that they're active with a general reading.
Okay.
And then 2 noobs, 1 pro. You are on deck for our last reading. Please sound off in the chat if you're still there so that we know that you are active for your reading.
Yeah, please let us know if you're still there.
Don't blame me if you're not. It's early.
Yeah.
It's been a long night.
Oh my gosh, my shuffling. Hello, what's going on? 2 noobs, 1 pro. Thank you for being here. Perfect.
Yay, you're still here. We appreciate it.
Thank you for
Thank you for waiting.
waiting. This is
Thank
so
you for your
exciting.
patience.
Okay. What kind of reading is this?
General.
General for Lemon Viola.
Viola.
Lemon Viola. Amazing.
It's
Okay.
a girl's name or it's an instrument. I'm not sure. Viola Viola.
Viola Viola. Which one is it?
Name of the protagonist in 12th Night, Viola, who is twin sisters of Sebastian. It's a very good play. If you don't like Shakespeare, you're wrong.
Oh man, okay. All right.
Apparently we blew Ninja Queen out of the water.
Yeah.
I'm really glad, because like, that was a very strong love reading.
That was
was
hello.
some manifesting right there. So
yeah, that was real good. That was real good.
you got this.
Also, this card popped out at me first.
So that means it's the universe is asking for it.
Yep, exactly.
Instrument. Oh. Pun on limoncello. Yes.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. What is this, general?
I appreciate a good alcohol pun. Like,
Okay.
I just do.
Wait,
General.
I'm literally bringing limoncello on Wednesday.
Yeah?
I already told Alex that I'm bringing it.
What are we mixing it with?
Nothing, straight.
Oh, okay.
I love. It's so good. Okay. Okay. Let's power through. Lemon Viola. This is for you.
General reading.
General reading. 8 of Pentacles is your past. Present is 3 of Wands. Future is 5 of Pentacles.
Oh, okay.
So,
Got some new ones. That's
yeah, this is exciting. 8 of Pentacles, I think if I remember correctly, it's like they like have all of what they want like right in front of them, and it's all about like, I don't remember actually.
So the way that I
something.
remember this card is it's kind of coined the apprenticeship card because Pentacles is often tied to finances or careers. It kind of refers to like in your past, you either had like an internship, you had like maybe a college that had classes that really helped you hone your skill, or it could refer to in your past like you learning a new skill or trait that you really worked hard on. It can show that like you are at a point where you finished that internship or that apprenticeship and you're now ready to step up to a full-time position, or you're ready to take that new skill and like apply to new jobs with it. So like it could be as far in the past as like maybe you did have an internship a few years ago, or maybe you did just finish a degree at a university. It can be as simple as like over quarantine you've been practicing something. Maybe you picked up a new hobby or a new skill that is really marketable and like really good for your resume, and it's just saying like you've honed your skill, you've taken the time, you've apprenticed, and now is the time to show off like all that you've worked for. Now is the time to put that shit on your resume and shop that shit around and be like, yes, I have the experience, yes, I have the expertise, time for a new job, or time for that promotion, or time to use that new skill towards something fulfilling in your life. Doesn't even have to be for money. It can just be like for fun. If you want to take that new hobby or skill that you've worked at and like place it in a spot in your life where you can really enjoy and be satisfied with your work and what you're doing.
Yeah. Very interesting, because the present is the 3 of Wands, which is like literally just stay focused, and like what you're wanting to do is like going to pay off soon.
Yes.
And like you don't need to take your eyes off the prize. Like if you feel like you're gonna give up, don't, because there's good stuff coming your way. And you're almost there. Like you can literally taste like the sweet success that you're hoping for. and like whatever you're working for, whatever you want, like you're almost there. Like it's just about being patient and just like really being focused on like what you want and manifesting.
Yeah, so these seem to really allied into each other. So in
Yeah.
the past, you started a new skill, you did an apprenticeship or an internship, and you really worked on that skill. And now in the present, you're kind of in the third position of your career. You kind of, you started that new career, that new job, that new project, that new hobby. You've kind of worked through it, those first initial stages to a point, and now you're at a position of, you've achieved that first initial goal in whatever that new hobby or skill was that you apprenticed in. And now it's like, okay, do I keep going down this road? Do I turn this hobby into a career? Do I keep going with this? You know, I've reached those first initial stages of success, but is it worth it? And this is saying, yeah, keep going. Like, your success and all the work that you've put in so far has paid off, but you can take it farther. So just, yeah, keep walking down that road. It's gonna go well.
Yeah. The future card is the Five of Pentacles, and that one is a little bit like in your future there's probably like there might be like a tough time coming up, and you may feel like alone and helpless, and you know, like maybe in your future, you know, it's like you've been waiting for so long and like you feel like it's not gonna come to fruition with what's going on, but like this too shall pass. And like it's important to know that, and even when there are dark times that inevitably come in your future, like it's important to be like, okay, like the good times are coming. And you know, you always need like rain, you know, and there's always going to be rain and sun, and like sometimes you just need the rain to like really appreciate like the sunny days. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so Lemon Viola said that they're a freelance artist. So all of this about the apprenticeship into like the initial turning the hobby into a career is definitely resonating. And so the Five of Pentacles is kind of, it's that next step. Unfortunately, as we were saying, the fives are kind of like the unstable section of the, you know, from 1 to 10. It's that uneven number right in the middle where you kind of get that dip of like, oh, we've been going. It's that first hardship. It's that first obstacle. But this doesn't have to be a negative thing. It's, you know, we're seeing a really, really clear progression from past, present, future, from apprentice and like just starting off and like not really knowing what you're doing, to the Three of Wands, which is like, okay, you've started your career, you're working on your own, and you've reached those first initial hints of success, but you're like, you've still got a lot of way to go. And now we're at a 5, you know, like 1, 3, 5 kind of. And it's not gonna be easy at first, and you're not gonna be rich overnight is basically what it's saying. Like, finances are not gonna come immediately. There might be hardships, there might not be like a windfall right away. But if the present says anything, and that like Three of Wands is promising anything, is that as long as you can persevere through those hardships, you will get that payout in the end. And like, I always like, if it was easy, everyone would do it.
This is true.
And that's what the Five of Pentacles is saying, is like, that's that first bump in the road, and most people quit at that first bump in the road. But if you got what it takes, it seems like you do, because you've got that apprenticeship in your past. You have the skill, you have the talent, you have the experience to do it. You just have to have the willpower to persevere through it.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not going to be easy, and that's why not everyone does it, but you can do it.
Yes, I was just gonna say, like, it takes a certain kind of person to like really like push through the bad, push through the hard times, because it really shows like, you know, the kind of person you are and like how badly you might want this for yourself. And like people will drop when it gets like, people drop when the going gets rough.
Yeah.
And like as long as you keep like the faith and keep that positive attitude during the hard times, like it will pay off in your future.
Right.
Like it's going to come back and come back tenfold and be like, yeah, you stuck around when the going got bad, and you know, like this is where it, like, you know, it like really weans out the people that just like weren't meant to do that.
Right.
And you know, as long as you just like maintain that like good positive attitude, that like fun loving, good, happy, optimistic self, like you're gonna be fine.
Yeah. My roommate tells this story. I don't know how true it is, or if it's kind of like, you know, if it's a fallacy like George Washington and the cherry tree. But he tells this story about, I think it was like Elon Musk, and how Elon Musk met his idol, and he told his idol what he wanted to do, that he wanted to like go out into space and everything, and his idol told him, "You're never gonna do that." And Elon Musk said, "Yes, I am." And it's that kind of attitude of like, if you can look your idol in the face and your idol can tell you you can't do this, and you have the willpower to say, "No, you're wrong, I can do this," that's, if someone tells you you can't do it and you agree with them, maybe that's not your calling. You need to have the willpower and the drive that even when people tell you like you can't do it, that you can stick to your guns and you say, "Yes, I can, and I will prove you wrong." And I you were saying yourself, you're stubborn, so like it seems like you've got that willpower. Like you just gotta float through the hard times and stick to your guns, and it's gonna pay off in the end, because the weak, will kind of like be weeded out, and only those that have really like worked hard and stuck to their guns will be left, and it'll be easier, because you've made it through the hard times.
Yeah.
And you have the strength to go on.
Oh my gosh, Roomba-chan showed up. Roomba-chan!
You're here, all right.
Oh my
Welcome back.
gosh.
Welcome back. So we will come back around to you. Love or career? So we're only gonna do one right now. Do you have a preference for love or career?
Yes, I want to know. Perfect.
Yes.
All right. Let's just get to shuffling,
Yes.
And then right after,
Right after Ruba-chan is 2 noobs, 1 pro
yes.
with a love reading.
Yes.
So, yeah. Ruba-chan, if you want to pick love or career right now, we'll do one right now. If you would like to get the other one done, we're going to have our next show on February 7th, again at 11 p.m. Pacific time, and we'd love to do that other reading for you then.
Yeah. Or you could do a general, which is like, it can be both.
It could be both,
overall.
yeah.
So yeah, okay, let's.
Love.
Yeah,
all right, we're going to close the night out with 2 love readings.
Whoa!
There we go.
My favorite ones to do. Alrighty. A love reading for Ruba-chan. Alrighty. Is Nate showered yet? I haven't heard.
Apparently, no.
Oh,
And
lovely.
apparently it might not happen tonight. He might just go to bed.
Nate, I'm so
It's his own fault we gave him permission.
That's true. That's very true. Also, he was playing video games like for so long. He could have taken a shower before we streamed. He did not. He did not.
You're like gaslighting this poor man.
Oops. Okay. Ruba-chan, let's do this love reading for you. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. Major arcana over here.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Signs.
So, the first, past card is the Wheel of Fortune. Present card is the Hierophant. The future card is the 3 of Swords. So, the Fortune card. I know, the Wheel of Fortune card. Yes, Phoenix Raven, yes.
Destiny. Literal destiny.
Yeah, this is in your past. So, you've already, I don't even know. Like, if it's in your past, what does that even mean?
Probably like this is what you've wished for, and like you feel like you've been like set on a path. So you have something in mind that you want, and specifically this is a love reading. So like a person that you want, you have a type, you have an ideal, or perhaps in the past you've met the person that you think is your destiny. Maybe you're already in a relationship. And this is set you on a path that you're going to continue to walk into your present and your future. And this is great. If you already know what you want, or if you already are starting on the path of what you want, that's going to it's going to keep you on the straight and narrow. It's going to keep you moving forward in a the momentum is going to keep going.
Yeah.
So you have destiny in your past, and that's great. That's I feel like it's a guide.
Yeah.
You have something that you have a path that you are walking.
Yeah.
And nothing's going to make you stray from that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty much sums it up for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The Hierophant card is your present,
Mm-hmm.
which is, we were talking about this earlier.
Yeah. It can be like a mentor or a teacher
Mm-hmm.
or like a friend that you really trust and that like has kind of taken you under their wing. And this could be you, or it could be someone you know. Like maybe you have a mentor in love. And as weird as that sounds, like I definitely know people that kind of have had like a mentor that has taught them like not to take love for granted, or like how to know when someone's right and when someone's not. Like I know personally, like my significant other has a mentor that has given him a lot of advice about love and relationships, and like when it's worth it to fight through, and when it's okay to let that person go. So maybe you have a mentor in love that you can kind of think back on, and like maybe that's your like model for what a good relationship is. Maybe you have like maybe your parents had a really, really good relationship, and that's kind of your hierophant, your like model of what you want a relationship to be. Or maybe you know another couple that's your model of an ideal relationship. Or maybe you are the hierophant, and maybe there's someone that you've taken under your wing that you're, or maybe someone's taken you under their wing that you're a little buddy crush on.
Yeah.
Maybe there's someone that's like been your kind of spiritual or like career mentor that you kind of want to be more than a mentor. I don't know. Maybe you're already in a relationship and that person's been like a mentor to you. Maybe like when you met your significant other, you've been growing and learning and teaching each other and like growing together as people. I know I have with my significant other. I've changed so much.
Yeah.
I've learned so much about myself, and I think we taught each other and grown and changed together. And maybe that's that's what's ahead of you too. Is that like that mature growth in your relationship.
Yeah. Definitely. You're, again, putting it so perfectly. Like, I can't even put it into words. So, Ciara's doing a great job at explaining everything.
It's
so
2:30 a.m. 2:45.
2:45.
It's 2:45.
Oh my God! It's almost 3 a.m., which means it's almost spiritual hour.
It is almost spiritual hour. We're
God,
gonna end the night at the perfect time.
That's such tea. Okay.
3 of something.
Your future card is the Three of Swords, which is a card that necessarily, in my book it says it's one of those cards that can't possibly mean anything other than bad news. But like in my humble opinion, I don't think any card is bad. I think, like it says like heartbreak is unavoidable, and like this card represents like hurt and heartbreak. But I think that everyone, like, I don't know, I think everyone goes through heartbreak and, hurt throughout their life. I think that's just like inevitable.
My book also doesn't say it's like only bad.
Okay.
So mine
don't listen to my book.
So mine basically said like stormy emotions can lead to quarrels, and should you not take care of this, it can lead to separation. But this card only has the energy of a 3, so it's not that powerful. It basically talks about like small petty quarrels in a relationship, if left unattended, can lead to bigger issues and can sow the seeds for separation in your future. And it's just a warning to like be reflective and be wise that the small things don't lead to bigger issues, or that the small quarrels aren't symptoms of bigger issues.
Yeah.
It says like there might be upheaval in your relationship, but hope for the future is shown because there's a clear sky in the background. Like things in your future, like in whatever relationship, be it one that you're already in or one that you will get in the future, it's simply it's just a wise word of caution that every relationship has its quarrels, every relationship has their fights. If two people in a relationship don't fight, they're not talking deeply enough. Like you're gonna disagree with your significant other on something, but just make sure that those open pathways of communication are there, and make sure that any petty squabble is cleared up and spoken through in a cool, level-headed manner, and that you don't sow the seeds for bigger issues later on.
Yeah. It even says in my card as well, like, this is often brought about by poor communication.
Yeah.
So, and I'm a big person on, like, communicating and, like, you know, you're not going to get anywhere with the lack of communication. Like, in fact, lack of communication is, like, the end. It really isn't good for any sort of relationship, whether it be love, friendship, family, etc. And so, like, I'm a big believer, like, that you should just communicate. Like, I would rather communicate too much than too little.
Yeah.
But also, it does say at the very end, like, if this shows up in a future position, which it is, you can act now to prevent a crisis. So, like, you now, like, this is your sign to be like, okay, like, if there is something going on in your love life in your future where there's some stuff acting up, this you can reflect back on this and be like, oh my God, Nova's Tarot Corner. They warned me that, like, I should communicate more. Maybe we should communicate and, like, you know, in order to, like, save the love or, like, you know, work on what is happening.
Okay. And I do have to make a small modification. I did say any couple that doesn't fight isn't talking deeply enough. I guess I should have rephrased that to be any couple that doesn't disagree isn't talking deeply enough. Fighting can be a strong word. I throw fighting around to just kind of mean, like, debating or disagreeing. Fighting is not necessarily, like, a good thing. I think any couple that hasn't had a disagreement or hasn't debated about things isn't talking deeply enough. If you can hit upon a disagreement with your significant other and you can talk it through and communicate so that it doesn't get to, like, a fight, perfect, wonderful. Communication is key.
Yeah.
I use fight to mean any disagreement, but I don't. Yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But, like, just to clear it up.
Everyone has their disagreements. It doesn't have to become a full-blown fight.
Yeah.
But if you have never disagreed with your significant other, either you're not talking deeply enough or you're dating yourself. And while that might be good, it's also not necessarily, like, creating room for growth. Because when you are with someone that is different than you, you are both opening each other's minds. So.
Devin says, what's your opinion on fighting in relationships?
Shush. Okay.
Shut up.
No, it's really good that you've had healthy discussions, but you don't fight.
Yeah.
I use the term fight to mean disagreements.
Yeah.
You should have healthy discussions. You should have healthy debates. And you should, like, grow and learn together.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so thank you, Roomba Chan. That was your reading.
Yes. And last one is 2 noobs, 1 pro with a love reading.
Wait, Roomba Chan says, wow, this is crazy. I'm actually in a relationship currently, and when I say that he's my best friend, I mean that he's helped me grow as a woman and showed me how to value myself more. And the thing is, we have small fights, but neither of us let it escalate to a point where it's gone too far.
That's so wonderful.
That's so amazing. I'm so happy for you. That's literally awesome.
That's perfect.
Wow, so a lot of that did kind of resonate.
Yeah, it's...
Like, the Hierophant could be, like, you know, in the present, that's, like, their best friend.
Yeah, it's someone that you trust and respect and that helps you learn and grow, you know. It doesn't have to be a literal teacher.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, a metaphorical teacher.
Right.
You've taught each other. And
Right.
that's really good to have in a relationship.
Yeah, literally helped me grow as a woman. Like, that's your teacher. Like, that's your, oh my God. Okay.
It's too early in the morning for so much emotion. I have no filter.
Okay.
All right, last one.
Last one. 2
Two
noobs,
noobs,
1
one
pro.
pro.
Love reading. 2 noobs, 1 pro. Are you still here?
They mentioned, or they commented earlier, so I believe they're still here.
Okay. I really hope they are. Hopefully they didn't fall asleep or anything. It is late though, so.
It's early, in fact.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't slept though. Typically it's late when you haven't slept.
It's still the same day until I sleep.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alrighty.
All right.
Let's get this going. Oh wow. Okay.
Is that the Chariot?
High Priestess.
Oh, High Priestess. Okay.
And wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, past is the High Priestess. present is the Nine of Cups, and then the future is the Chariot.
Okay.
So High Priestess. High Priestess. Let's look at this one up. Two Noobs, One Pro, are you still here? Hello? Okay. Whatever, we're giving the reading anyway. So the High Priestess is represents deep wisdom. Sometimes that wisdom comes from outside of us, and sometimes it comes from within. So it might represent you or someone else, like someone with like a lot of wisdom. And what else? You have to do the hard work for yourself, and it's not just gonna, come to you. I mean, it could, but like, it's still gonna be hard work finding love. But maybe like in your past, like you've gained a lot of wisdom, maybe through experience, maybe from seeing other people in relationships, or having friends in relationships and seeing all of that, and kind of gaining that wisdom and knowledge and using that maybe so then for the future, like what you want to do, what you're looking for, all of that. That's how I'm perceiving it, like in the past placement.
The High Priestess can also stand for like mystery and intuition. When it comes to like wisdom, it really means kind of like spiritually tapping into yourself. It's typically like a feminine energy, but that doesn't mean a female. It's just like those kind of like spiritual side of yourself, that gut reaction, that intuition. It also means like mysteries left unknown. So if it's in your past, it kind of seems like in the past you've trusted your gut, you've kind of had intuition about love, but like maybe there are some things that you never quite figured out. Maybe there are some secrets, maybe about yourself or maybe about another person, that you never like quite figured out to fruition. Maybe you were in a past relationship and like you and that person never quite like puzzled each other out. Or maybe it's about like you and your own self-realization, like in the past, especially when it comes to relationships. Like if you don't know yourself, it's really hard to be in a healthy relationship, because you kind of have to know and be confident in your own person before you're ready to not love someone else, but like to be in a healthy relationship with someone else. So it can either refer to like you and like you were really good with your intuition about other people and getting into relationships, and you've had like a really good like sense of who you should date and who you should avoid. Or it could mean that like perhaps in the past you haven't been able to quite figure out yourself or someone else, and that you're still working towards your present and future.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. The present is the Nine of Cups, which we also talked about earlier. We haven't pulled the High Priestess and we haven't pulled the Chariot today.
Yeah.
But the Nine of Cups we have pulled, and that one is like, there is a sense of peace and relief in, you've accomplished what you've come to accomplish, and it's a good sign.
It is the wish card, so whatever you're wishing for, either you already have or it's coming really soon in the present.
Yeah.
It also like can mean pleasure, so like whatever you have wished for, you found pleasure in, like you found contentment and like fulfillment in whatever relationships you have now. That could be romantic, or it could be familiar, or like friend relationships. Like you found that bond and you are content in like the relationships that you have now today.
Yeah. That sums it up very well.
Or if not, they're coming very, very soon.
Yeah, definitely. But either all.
Either way?
That
one?
Either way. It's a good card to have.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
I mean...
what you wish for is either here or
it's coming.
Very soon, yeah.
And then the Chariot, I know this one. The Chariot is pretty much like, there are two, like you're at a crossroads. You could go one way or you could go another, and you're kind of stuck. So maybe, juicy, hypothetically, maybe there's two different ways you could go. Like, maybe there's two people who come around and they're both great people and you can see yourself with both of them, but you have to make a decision on who to go with.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. The Chariot is all about like the chariot, the literal like vehicle of travel has stopped, but it has the potential to move. It's not broken. It's not like the wheels have the ability and the potential to turn. They're just stuck. And it just talks about like you have every ability to move forward. You just have to make yourself go.
Yeah.
And again, yeah, with the it's about self-discipline. It's about triumph, but with effort. Like if you can just have that self-discipline to make yourself move forward, the end is in sight, and what you wish for is at the end of that road. You just have to make it from where you are to the end of the road.
Yeah, I think it's important if you like. Obviously, this is in your future placement, so making sure you know when the decision does come around to choose wisely and then just really go for it and go with utter confidence. And
yeah, and especially in love, like you have everything you need. You are a whole person. You are independent and like a full human by yourself, and you have every potential to make it to the end of this road, which is most likely in this case like a healthy and happy relationship, but not without effort. Every relationship has its obstacles, every relationship has its problems and its bumpy like spots.
Yeah.
And it's literally just saying like, here you are at the beginning of the road, at the beginning of the relationship, or maybe in the middle of a relationship, and you have everything you need and everything within your power to make it to the end and be happy. You just gotta work through it.
Yep. That's it.
That's it.
Wow, that's our last reading.
Yay.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you guys so much for joining and, you know, sticking around for
Thanks everyone.
almost 4 hours. Oh
Been
my
here.
God.
Yes. Oh my goodness. This started at
11.
It's 3 a.m.
I know.
We're
right.
ending-
It's exactly 3
It is
a.m.
exactly 3 a.m.
Hi, spiritual hour.
Perfect time to
Welcome.
end.
I know, so true. Okay, well, thank you guys so much for joining. We really appreciate it. Again, we're just two beginners learning about tarot, and it's such a fun time for us.
Yes.
Don't forget to tune in the next time for Nova's Tarot Corner on Sunday, February 7th.
Yeah,
2 days after my birthday.
Make sure to hit that follow button to get the notification when we're going live again, because it is every other Sunday, so it's easy to forget. But if you make sure to follow, you'll get those notifications that we're coming back.
Yes.
If you really want those notifications, make sure to follow us on Discord or join our Discord, because we always put our announcements when we're going live there. And also we have an amazing community of people with all of their meme abilities and all of their art abilities. We have an entire like art section where we have so many talented people putting out art and beauty into the world, and like just moral support and friendship, and
it's so much fun. It's a lot of fun.
And yeah, and again, if you like D&D or if you want to learn about D&D, watch us on Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Pacific time, where you in the chat get to pilot an entire character in our D&D campaign and influence the world for better or for worse.
Yeah.
Usually for the funnies though.
Yeah.
Usually for the shits and giggles.
It's usually chaotic. It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And again, this whole stream is based off of my D&D character, Nova, who is a character on that stream. So come join. You can see Nova do some tarot readings. I was gonna say tarot. I was almost gonna say narrow. No. Yeah. So come join us. It's a lot of fun, and join the Discord. Check out our Etsy shop.
Thank you for everyone that sent us a coffee, that submitted bits, that followed us, that
thank you
gifted
guys so
subs.
much.
Thank you so much. We couldn't do what we do without you.
It means a lot, like so much. So, yeah, thank you guys. And
you know, get some sleep.
get some
We
sleep.
will.
Oh my God, I'm so tired. All right.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.